Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail to Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail to Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today. Have you ever gotten into a mix and realized that the snare was trash and then wanted to pound your head through the wall? Well, yeah, of course you have, just like every other producer who's ever mixed a song. The snare is arguably the hardest and most important drum to get perfect in your mix. Imagine if achieving an amazing snare sound in your mix was actually fast and easy. That would change everything, and that is the exact problem we set out here at DrumForge to solve for you. To end your struggle, we've created what's called the Snare Arsenal. The Snare Arsenal is an ambitious, one-of-a-kind TCI format pack that contains 4 highly curated collections of snare drums, and each collection was recorded in a different world-class studio and specifically chosen to perform best for the room that it was recorded in. This gives you 48 mix-ready but not overly processed snares for you to use in your own productions. Each room also has a wide variety of engineering setups to give you the ability to easily forge the amazing snare your song requires. This is true DrumForge style mixing, which so many producers already love, where you can quickly achieve the perfect balance of attack, tone, vibe, and ambience for your snare by simply just adjusting a few faders. Head on over to drumforge.com and check out the Snare Arsenal. 48 amazing snares, mix ready and easy to use. Delete all of the Your Snare is Trash meme collection that you got on your computer and start making your best mixes today.
Welcome to the world of Palmary plugins. Palmary Collection is an elite production tools series for producers, musicians, mixing and mastering engineers. There are lots of great and useful plugins in this bundle. With the latest DSP technology, there are endless possibilities to get the highest quality sound. In order to give the users what they need, we've built a large customer feedback database. We've put our knowledge and hard work on designing this for helping users to find the most professional, simple, creative, and effective ready-to-use solutions. You will find lots of intelligent analog reality solutions in this series. Without putting any effort, professional mixing and mastering with having fun is so easy now. Palmery Collection.
Now available at joeysturgistones.com, a creative vocal processor that will forever change the way you record and mix vocals. Introducing Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Just about everyone can hear the difference between a solo vocal
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
and a doubled vocal,
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
or even a stack of vocals.
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
The problem? Well, it can take a lot of time to sing every layer, record each take, and edit all those vocals to create these effects. And while I think we can all agree there will never be a true replacement for the real thing, plugins like Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier can get us pretty close, and sometimes even create new and interesting results that would not be otherwise achievable. Got a 4-part harmony? What would it sound like if you multiplied each of those 4 layers into 16 other layers to create a total of 64 vocals, which sounds like an insanely huge, beautiful choir section of epic proportions? Plug and play with the included presets or tweak until your heart's content. The choice is yours. Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier is great for doubling a single vocal take, transforming a few backing vocals into a full choir, creating entire vocal stacks from just 2 or 3 mono vocals, enhancing your main vocal mix to sound fat, wide, and punchy, enhancing your entire vocal bus with epic effects, adding depth to an existing guitar or synth lead, and so much more. So whether you're looking to clone your vocalist in a few seconds, or create that insanely epic choir vocal stack that you've been dreaming about, make it happen with Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Download your 14-day free trial at joeysturgistones.com.
You get a new project. You can already hear some crazy ideas in your head. As you enter the studio, the sound of the amplifier warming up and the smell of wood from your new guitar get you in just the right mood. In moments like this, your gear is your best friend. The amplifier you choose, the combination of equalizers, cables, compressions, guitars, it all matters. S-Series by Allo Audio. S4R recording headphones for tracking and producing. S4X reference headphones for mixing and mastering.
Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail the Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Al or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today. Welcome to August 2023's Nail the Mix. I'm your host today, Joel Wanasek. With me today is our good friend, Buster Oldham. Buster, how you doing today, buddy?
Doing great, man. Great to be back in a different studio, but in my fucking where I live this time, which is really nice.
That's good. Well, we are going to do a song by Humanities. I can't speak English today. Humanities' Last Breath, part one of a doubleheader. We're going to do this tomorrow as well as today. So I'm going to get out of your way, Buster, and let you nail the shit out of this mix.
Sick, bro. Let's go. So this is this time, like with the Nail the Mix before, I usually just remixed everything from scratch. But this time I'm just going to go through the actual mix. So you can see how, like, exactly how I did the mix that is on the album. And for now, I've bounced stuff down to stems, except the drums, because I'm probably going to start there. But I'm also going to go through my bus processing as far as the instruments go, because there's so much going on with that. So I'm just going to mute these things that are not going to the instrument bus. So we have just the drums here, bass and guitar stem. And if we open this up here, we have the instruments and the rest. The thing about this, though, is like I have outboard gear at home. So what I decided to do is EQ match what my outboard gear does. So I just looped one part and then got like the EQ profile of that, and then I went without the outboard gear, and the EQ was like this. So this is actually frequency-wise what my outboard gear is doing. So like basically it's boosting highs and boosting lows, but this just brought the level down a bit. But as you can see,
what outboard gear are you using?
So I'm using two pieces, one SSL Fusion and the other is Neve MVP. Yeah, MVP. Yeah. Doesn't do a whole lot. I just use it because I have it. So this is kind of just to maintain whatever I had with that on. But let's just turn. I'm gonna turn not the limiter off, but all the other stuff, and I'll go one plugin at a time and just loop a section here. Let's do this. All right. The first thing is EQ, saturation, and just some level stuff. With this mix is like, always when I mix HLB, I try to just like go to the next level in my mixing in general, because since I recorded all of this stuff myself, there's no kind of excuse as far as like badly recorded DI or badly played or whatever it might be. So like all the references I have, I want to smash them. So a lot of this is like methods that I developed from trial and error. So it might be a bit chaotic as far as like this, like being a trim level that I brought down. That probably has some good reason. I'm not really sure why it's there, but it's probably just me experimenting a ton. So this is one of those moves that I tend to do, and I've done for a while, that always works in my mixes. I don't really know why. It might be either the EQ is super good, or my mixes tend to miss 100 hertz. Because when I boost 100 hertz, like just 1 dB with this, my mixes tend to always sound better. I've been doing it for a while as well. So that's the first move here, and I'll put everything on and off here. And this is just the good old console type. What's it called? Console
Emulation, saturation.
Emulation, yeah, saturation for sure. So that's it for this first one. So I'll just put it on and off. So off, it sounds way more cold and kind of not glued. And on, it sounds like the kick and the bass are kind of more married and more glued together. and just there's a slight volume bump as well. But basically, all of this that is on the instrument bus is for glue or some sort of something like that, basically. So let's have this on. I just kind of keep an eye on this so I'm not going too far past and it starts to distort too much. Okay, next step is the EQ. This is also a great move. If you feel like all the instruments are playing nice together as far as like guitar, bass, and drums, but it's a little bit too much low end. Maybe the kick is distorting your limiter or your saturations a little bit too much. So a thing you can do is just a tilt EQ like this. It's just like 0.6. And this is on, which compensates for any volume change you might have after doing something like this. And the thing is, this might sound wrong now, but once I add this other stuff, it's going to add a ton of low end. So that might just be to compensate for how much low end got added. So I'll just play it with and without. So right now it sounds worse with it on, but like I said, we're going to add so much low end, so it's going to work in the context. Then we have this. I thought I was doing something here, but apparently not. This is like just nothing on. But the thing about it though is it adds EQ boost. So it adds a volume boost. So I probably left all the EQ off and kept it on to have the same level as I had before, because it boosts like, I don't know, maybe 0.5 or 1 dB or something like that. It boosts. So I'm a little bit surprised that I didn't use an EQ. Maybe it didn't import right, but let's just keep it as it is. So there should be no difference with this. This though is a huge difference. A huge difference. I'm gonna shout out Tim from the band No Oath, who helped with some production stuff on this, and I was really inspired by his band No Oath and that his album Liminal, which has a very distorted, scooped character as far as the frequency response, and it's really like heavily processed. And I really like that sound, and I was asking for any tips, and he said this, and this is like a very very extreme multiband compressor type thing with both upward and downward compression. And I mean, it's used mostly for like EDM or dubstep or like electronic genres, and it's kind of a meme in that space. But for me, like for this stuff, it worked great for what I was after, and I've used it on every mix since. So this is probably the first time I used it, and this is gonna like really hype up everything, but especially hype up the low end and the high end. So you're gonna hear with and without. And this is like only at 25% right now, so I can crank it and show you what it sounds like. So I personally, I'm on like 20 or 25% with this because it's so aggressive. And like I have even more stuff coming after this as far as saturation and hype. So I can't really do too much with this, but it really adds up in the end. And the next step is my regular bus compression. Just the regular settings everyone uses, and you know, this is just a classic, and it just makes stuff so glued and sounds so good. This is gonna also add a 9 dB boost, so be ready. But this is how I kind of tune in my saturation, because after this I have VTM and Saturn, and then it goes out to my outboard stuff. So this makeup gain is how I kind of tailor how much saturation I want from the outboard gear and the saturation plugins that come after this. So let's try with and without. So yeah, it's loud. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's compressing so much. I didn't even know I compressed it that much, but apparently. So this is gonna add a lot of low end because this is like tape emulation, and this section here, bass alignment, adds so much low end to everything. And I mix with this on usually. So I'll play it with and without. Also, I realized this is EQ matched or level matched 4 dBs down. So this is way more smashed than it's gonna be. So I'll just put this EQ on, the EQ that reflects what my outboard gear is doing. So it's gonna sound a little bit better. And then my good friend Saturn, and this nowadays I use even more Saturns. I use 2 Saturns on the master these days because I found a really cool mastering preset that is way more complicated than I'm able to understand. I try to understand it, but I don't. But it just sounds better with it on. But this was before I found that preset. But it's going to be tomorrow probably in that session. But so this is just regular Saturn, 30% drive, warm tape. That's about it. And if it weren't enough with the processing, I'm actually doing more on the master, but this is on the master bus, so all of the stuff gets affected by this, even vocals and leads and stuff like that. So this is, I loaded Pro MB from FabFilters, like a multi-band compressor. I loaded it in my VST loader to be able to use it in parallel. It has this percentage thing here, but that's not really doing parallel. That's just the amount of gain. So I'm not really sure if I'm misunderstanding stuff, but I can't really get this to work in parallel. So I just did it this way instead. But this is like a lot of compression on all the bands at the same time, and I blend that in. And like I said, I just wanted it more smashed, more sustained, more glue, more everything. So it's at 30%, and I can bring it in and out and also go 100%. And this is probably just me referencing the material I want it to sound like, and just noticing that everything has more sustain and more processing in general than my mix had. So I just thought of a way, like how can I process everything just a bit more in parallel, and this was what I came up with basically. So this is just everything is like standard as far as the release and attack. Or actually, no, let's see. Okay, I thought it was. Okay, so the attack is at... Okay, the kick has a slower attack. The rest of the stuff seems to be at 40% of attack. And then the fastest release. And the high-end band is a little bit faster on the attack, apparently. As you can see, I have perfect memory of all my moves. But yeah, so that's the instrument bus and the master bus. The master bus is 2 limiters as well. I don't know why I use this old one. I just do.
Dude, they sound different. The old ozone algorithms definitely sound different than the new ones. Not saying they're better or worse. They're definitely different. It's definitely worth trying them if you have several of them.
Right. That's probably what I did just one day, and I just decided that this sounded the best, and I've just used it. But as far as like, I wouldn't say it's a difference that is unusable. I would still, if you mix through one of the new ones, that's probably going to be fine. But as this goes, since I've used this from the mix, since I started mixing it, it's better to stick with it, basically. And then Pro L. Is this? I don't know if this is even doing anything now I see it, but yeah. This what it is. Right. So do we want to do questions or jump into drums?
I've got a couple of questions here. Let me take a look at the question queue. First question is, how do you, hold on. Sometimes the order gets messed up from last time I checked. All right. When you start with the mix, do you start with the master bus processing on, or do you add it later?
Some of the master bus processing I want on. I don't usually want a lot of EQ on. I probably don't use this. No tilt, no 100 hertz boost. Basically, no this is not on. This is probably not on while I mix, because I don't want to use stuff if I don't want. I wanted to add something. If it's not adding anything good, I'm not going to use it. So I kind of introduced that when I made the drums, guitars, and bass sound good together. I kind of check on the master bus what I want to do. But yeah, so that's basically the order of it.
Okay. Next question here is, how do you set the upward and downward percentage on OTT, and what are you listening for?
Nowadays, I just do the upward and I do no downward. But this was like the first time I was using it. The downward is very aggressive. It can remove too much transient, and it kind of can sound a bit bloated. So I like the upward compression, like what it does to bass. It really fills in the space in the bass from like when the kick has hit. It brings all the bass up after it, so you can maintain like a super smashed low end level. So that's how I do that.
Okay. Is there a danger of phase issues using Pro MB in parallel on a mix bus?
I don't know. I mean, I don't hear it in that case. I mean, I don't hear anything negative. It's in dynamic phase mode, if that makes any difference. But yeah, so I haven't had any issues.
I can't think of a reason that it would, but I'm also not that technical. So
I mean, if it sounds good, it sounds good, basically.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. Just put it on, and if it sounds bad, don't use it. If something's phasey, I mean, it's usually pretty obvious. Like, you can definitely hear when the phase starts getting weird on something, and like, frequencies start getting messed up. Okay. Next question here. Are you mixing into the limiters, or do you turn them on after?
I do not mix into limiters. No, they're off. Yeah.
Okay. Does OTT affect the guitars and bass in the same dramatic way as it does the drums?
For sure. I can solo up the bass and guitar here.
And while you're doing that, have you tried the Slate OTT version?
Slate OTT? No. Probably missed that. I don't know what that is. Like you hear, it scoops it a lot and adds that low end.
It really brings out like the treble, like the top end bite.
For sure.
That makes sense. Another OTT question. How do you set the OTT band thresholds?
I don't really understand them, to be fair.
Yeah, just the amount.
Like, I don't know what this shit is. Like, here's a knob. You can move this. And I don't really understand. There's no proper manual, so I just left them as is. And This is depth, apparently, is mix. I don't know what that's called, depth. Time, I would say, is the release. And then upward compression, downward compression. And this, like I said, this stuff, I have no idea. That's why I mix into it, so I don't have to fuck with it. I fuck with the other stuff that goes into it instead.
All right, amazing. Next question: when you mix a full album, do you tend to copy the same settings on all songs, or is each song mixed from scratch?
I mix everything in one session, so everything is going to have the same mix on all songs. Of course, I want every song to have an identity, but that's going to be more the production and maybe like the arrangement and stuff like that. I just want to have like a consistent drum tone across the album. Same with the guitar tone. If it's like the same guitar tone on multiple songs, that's more the band's decision to use like distorted guitar all the time. Like as far as differences in songs, like I said, that would be more what the band picks as far as like the arrangement goes. But I would like to have the same general sound. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of genre where I feel like most songs are pretty much, like once you have the guitar tone, you have the guitar tone. You know what I mean? It's not like rock where you have different scene changes and different drum sounds in every part of every song. And, there's 20 different guitar tones in each section of each song. It's just like, this is metal. So yeah, it definitely makes sense to have that kind of workflow. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. So if you want to carry on.
This is going to be a bit difficult because I have all the stuff bounced down, but I also have that so I can open the samples and stuff, but I'm not sure about my computer cooperating, but we can see. There's a bunch of stuff going on. Right. So I'm pretty sure the first kick here, just to say the samples before anyone asks. So this is Modern and Massive 26-inch kick, and this is Modern Massive 24-inch kick. There's it's like an orange one and a yellow, or orange one or a gold one. I think it's those. And then I have 2 one-shots that I have, and then we have the real kick as well. So there's a lot going on. Let's start with the kick and remove all the shit here. This is still going to go through like millions of buses that I'm going to show later. Maybe I should show that first, though, I'm realizing. Because I kind of took the Jacob Hansen approach as far as using a lot of samples and using like parallel buses. But I ended up going pretty nuts with it. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parallel buses and a reverb bus. So I can probably just solo those and show what they do. All right. So the first one is called Room. Apparently, I don't use this anymore. I just tried something. I just wanted a bus that sounds super roomy and super explosive that I can blend in if I wanted more like explosive room sound. The process I have is cranked Saturn and tamed some high end, probably some cymbals. This compressor, which is super aggressive. Let me show you with and without first. Okay. Yeah, the level dipped significantly, but yeah, it's just distortion. And I'm boosting the input gain here so I can get something going. And this compressor in this setting I stole from the guy who mixed Memphis Mayfire. I can't come up with the same name right now, but he used this on the drums there, and I really like what that did. And some more Saturn. and then some EQ. So that's that bus. Then we have distortion bus. And this EQ is just me EQing into the distortion and see how it behaves. So it's maybe not gonna make sense if I just show this. Probably should have the distortion on. This bus, I just want like mostly shells going to and just distort them a lot and blend it in, but also filtering off any high end and kind of just getting that thick mid-range from it. So this is, there's so much going on. So this will cut high end and cut low end. But let me just show you this EQ going into the distortion. If you listen to the snare, it's really like choked, like boom. And once I do this move, it opens up for the mid-range to be distorted. But yeah, I don't want it to sound like that. So this is kind of acts like a cab, I suppose, just filtering off high end and low end to get that mid-range. But this sounds really pleasant to me as far as like the frequency curve of it and how it's going to blend with the drums. Cool. Then we have the Hanson bus. I just stole it from Hanson, basically, I think.
Amazing.
Let's see. I do this, though. Like all the saturation stuff tends to saturate on the low fundamental of the snare too much, usually. So I usually bring that down when distorting. So, and a bunch of level. Yeah, I mean, I've optimized the setup a bit, the parallel bus thing, to just have sustain, attack, distortion, I think. So just have control of those aspects rather than have a bunch of buses for no reason. I kind of want a rhyme or reason to everything I do. But this attack bus kind of replaced Hanson bus for me. But here's what that sounds like. So this is the same deal. Removing some 200 hertz before going to the distortion. Slow attack, fast release, nuke, these detector settings. It's just to get a lot of attack, make it slam, and not make it thin. So that's why I have the Saturn and the L2 to not make it thin, because I don't want only a blip of information in the mix. I want some body to the attack. Then we have sustain, and this is like what everyone seems to be using on the parallel bus, or like a lot of people I talk to at least, and I still use it. The thing about this, you can't really set the threshold and the input as much as I want to, so I end up boosting into it to make it compress the amount I want. So this input is cranked, and it doesn't have a threshold unless I'm dumb. So like I said, just crank the volume into it. And then the last bus is just dry. I have an EQ on it to control the level for some reason. I usually kind of solo this in the mix context, and then I solo all the parallel stuff, and I compare the levels between them. I still want this to be pretty audible. This is going to have tons of cymbals because I don't want the cymbals to go to the parallel buses. So that's without the cymbals. So that's the dry, and this is all of the parallel stuff.
Can you maybe show us each bus turned on and off? Just, I guess, to recap it for them. So what you're doing is you've made several different buses, like attack, sustain, distortion, etc., for different types of tonal aspects of the drums, in which in the mix, you try to mix your drum sounds, you blend them in to get different types of tones out of the drums.
Right. For sure. But I can show you the all of them quick here. And actually, I have one more step of compression that's on, and it's this thing again. And it's on all of the drums. I don't use any. I mean, I use a little bit maybe sometimes, but I usually just have this act as a compressor on the cymbals because it does so much to the high end, and it's only blended in 40% ish. So I'll show you this with and without. It's going to do a lot. It tightens up the low end so much, so when I take it off, the low end starts to distort in all of the bus processing. I'll just go full with this to show you. It's super aggressive. And I still use this every time I mix. I just love how it adds glue and the cymbals get some movement to them that I really dig. Yeah. Any questions on that? And after I can move to kick.
Yeah, I've got a few of them here. And guys, when we're asking questions in the thing, let's try to stay on topic. For example, if we're talking about drums, let's ask drum questions, not guitar questions. We will come and answer guitar questions during guitars. That just helps us maintain focus and not be all over the place. Okay, so next question here is, I noticed your drum room track, you've rolled off quite a bit of highs in the Saturn plugin. Do you typically like your drum reverbs to be darker?
Well, this is more than drum reverbs. This is actual drum room going to it, which has cymbals in it. So that's probably why I do that, to get rid of the cymbals. But I typically like darker rooms, I would say, yes. But that's like a recent thing, I think. I think a lot of my mixes do have brighter room sounds. But yeah, the reason for the roll-off is the cymbals, yeah.
Okay, the next question. Are you sending every drum the same amount to the parallel buses, and is it pre or post fader?
Let me check if it's post fader, right? Yeah, post. Different amounts for sure. That's super important. I usually do I have a template set up that kind of has the volumes I do like for the different buses, but I would say in general it's like mostly snare top. That's going to be the loudest thing, and kick is going to be like -10 maybe, and toms is going to be like -6, something like that. And the rooms I just blend in to make them be the volume I want for each bus. So I go through each bus, which this process I'm kind of realizing now when I've done it for a while, it's like so complex. Like Because if I do an EQ move on the kick, that might start to distort one of the buses in a way that doesn't sound good. So I constantly have to check all the buses to make sure they sound good, and have like, let's say I turn the kick down and I do something on another bus. All of a sudden, like if there's a fill involving kick, the toms and the snare is going to take over the kick in some of the buses if the level is not set right volume wise. So all of a sudden the kick disappears in a fill. But you learn that as you go, but it's super hard to keep track of, I'm realizing. So I might kind of do something different soon, because it's a lot to keep track of all of these buses for sure.
Do you ever find yourself automating the bus levels in different parts of the song?
Yeah, I do. Like a typical thing would be two things. Like a blast beat on the snare, I would automate down the snare level going to the buses. And I would also turn this off, because when there's like a lot of cymbals going, it's going to start pumping a lot with this on. So I just automate that to 0. So I do. And like calmer parts, I would definitely go for like the attack knob, maybe bring that down a little bit and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Another question here. One thing I struggle with was getting the rooms to be present against the guitars. Is that just EQ that you use to achieve this, or do you have any cool secrets later in the
just
stream?
Smash them more. Just, I mean, there's tricks you can do to smash stuff even more. Like if you feel like there's too much sustain, like let's say you distort with Saturn and there's too much sustain, you can go into this dynamics thing and bring that back, so the sustain won't be too much, but you get the amount of saturation you want to. But I mean these rooms are super smashed, and this drum mix is super compressed, so I'm kind of forcing everything out via compression and distortion.
Okay, and then the last question I've got here is how early in the drum mix do you introduce the parallel buses?
It depends. I think what makes most sense is to have them on from the beginning, but then you have to have your level set pretty good. So that's like what makes most sense as far as the mixing goes. But I usually just end up mixing them with only the dry bus. And when I've mixed the drums, or I mix the close mics with the dry bus, and then when I mix that, I introduce the buses. I usually mix like without cymbals, without rooms, with guitars and bass, and without reverb, to get like the close mics in a space where they work by themselves. And then I add all the other stuff in as like extra spice, I suppose, to make it even better. But I just make sure that I'm not relying too much on the room for the snare. I actually want the close mic to sound good on its own.
And I'm assuming you have these like baked into your template, right? When you start a mix, you could just throw the buses in and then tweak as necessary.
Yeah, for sure. I have all the levels set on each channel, and it's kind of it's a complicated setup. I wish it wasn't this complicated, but it is what it is. This is what I had to do to kind of reach that amount of processing that I was after. I was after so much compression and making it work. So that's how I did it, basically. Just a bunch of buses doing different stuff and combining them.
All right. Well, that answers all of our questions on that. So let's keep rocking.
Okay, I'm going to turn all the EQ and stuff off here. And we can start with the real kick. So for a mix like this, where I want the low end to be super big, I'm kind of relying on samples for the low end, but I'm using the dynamics from the high end of the real kick to get some realness in there. But I'm very aware that this mix sounds not really that real, but that's not the goal either. So, but yeah, as far as processing goes, I did this first, drum leveler. So without. This is going to all the buses, so it's going to sound crazy, but yeah. And this EQ is interesting. I couldn't tell you what I did, but it's here. I probably just tried to even out the amount of low end and high end to get them roughly the same level. And then I brought even more low end down once I kind of realized that I'm going to get the low end from other stuff. And this kick out mic is not really a kick out. It's like a Royer 121 that I put in front of the kick, but it's like a figure 8 pattern, so it's going to take up stuff from behind as well. So it's not like a traditional one. That's just, I'm still experimenting with that mic, what I might do. This last session I did, I had it in the middle of the room, and that worked cool. But yeah, this is what it sounds like. So this fucking just introduces a bunch of cymbal bleed. Like, I would probably just remove this. But, you know, this is... I was trying so much different stuff here. So it's I just left it in because I didn't hear that cymbal bleed, I suppose. And I thought it worked. So, but yeah, lesson learned, I suppose. Then we have kick sample 1. Let's see what everything is here. Okay, I probably introduced this kick sample 2 later. And this kick sample 1 is all of these, the GGG, 2 of the GGGs, and the one-shot samples all together. Right, I wonder where this is. Okay, so I didn't use this. This is one of my one-shots. I probably just realized I wanted it in later, in a later stage, and I just added it in. So let's see. So that's just some high cut, and then a face thing. Delayed it. I delayed it 100 milliseconds, or 100 samples. So yeah, and this is like without any of the stuff here. So let's go see what it is. Okay, some low end trickery, some less subs, and more high bass, I suppose. I'm not sure you're gonna hear a lot of difference. Okay, this is something I do a lot. When I combine a bunch of samples, usually the low end is gonna be too loud. So I just use this tilt filter to kind of keep that in check. And I also filter some of the super low stuff out. Then we have C4. Like, let's see if we have any fast kicks in this. No, I don't think we have any fast kicks. This just brings the bass down on faster parts, but it also does like a facey thing to the sound, which I like. I'm gonna show you. Cool. Then the stressor with the detector is not listening to the low end, and it has this. I don't really remember what this is, but sounds good. Slow attack, fast release. Then some of this. I wish this plugin went lower than -24, but I feel like -24, I'm still hearing so much of what it's doing. It could be easily like -40, I feel like. But yeah. Just adding that super low kind of octave thing.
We had a quick question here on the gating. Sorry, excuse me. On the Pro G, are you sidechaining it or just gating it normally?
There's a sidechain here. You can see.
What are you using to detect it?
Oh no, sidechain as far as frequencies go. No, no
okay,
detection. Yeah, or no like separate thing. No. So that's that. So and this just adds that super low octave, super low kick sound, I suppose. Then I go into this. I switch between these. I like both. So warm tape and warm tube, I do like both of them a lot. And I use them for different stuff. But this for kick, I use the tube one. Adds a lot of low end. And this is cool. This is also something I came up with when just mixing and comparing. And it's like my kick, the low end of my kick is not punchy enough, and I want a compressor that only compresses the low end to make it punchy. And I think I was trying that Sheps thing, but it did it too much. I just wanted a less intense version of that, and I can show you that. It just makes everything on steroids basically, but it's too much. It just does something super aggressive to the low end, and I can't really figure out what it was. But what it sounded like to me was like some sort of multiband on the low end that kind of gave it like a transient designer on the low end. Sounded like. So what I came up with was this thing, which is compressing the low end with a slow attack, fast release from 90 hertz and down, but it's triggering off of the high end of the kick, which means the transient is super fast and super short. So what it's reacting to is actually like, but it's affecting the low end, making the low end more short and more punchy. Also bringing the kick down 7.5 dB. Maybe I should do this instead. Yeah, I like what it does. Right, and then we put on Soothe just to some awkward like clickiness can come through, especially with like real kicks, and like if you hit a certain cymbal, maybe one of the high end frequencies might poke out in an awkward way when only playing that cymbal. So this is just taking care of the awkward click sounds. So if I hit delta, you can see what it does. It's just really nice. And apparently a little bump here. This is like probably when I'm deep into mixing other stuff and I feel like the kick is not hitting enough here, so I just add. Let's see if I can do this. All right. Because there's so much. There's kick samples. Let me try this. You can go for some questions if you have any.
I just have two in here. First one is, would you mind turning off the buses during the close mic mixing? I'd love to hear what you're listening to when mixing them without the parallel stuff.
I mean, I've done moves now for the parallel stuff, so it's not going to reflect what I did mixing without the buses, because I've done that and then introduced the buses and then changed stuff for the buses. But I can play only the dry one for sure. But I'm just gonna see what I did here for the samples. If it works. Hello? Hold on. So let's see. Okay, so these are off. So it's just basically EQing them together, filtering, and time adjustment. You can play them all. Okay, so this is only. So this is probably Invasion, and this is the Modern Massive 26-inch, and these are some one-shot stuff. Yeah, and even more EQ and even more Saturn. It's not really no rhyme or reason to this stuff. It's just like as I go, I do so much, and this mix was like such a big thing that a lot of these moves are not going to kind of make sense in the grand scheme of things, because I was trying so much new stuff. But let's see, it's just closing all of the libraries because there's so many.
Well,
I kind of like using that many samples at one time to kind of make something new out of it, instead of just sounding like that sample or whatever, because obviously people can't really hear that what exact sample it is. It's just because I use that many and I blend it in with the real stuff, so it becomes its own thing. Did you have any question?
Yeah, two more I had. You seem to like using those square-shaped EQ points. What do you prefer about them compared to the more traditional bell shapes? Are they more surgical?
Yeah, it's basically just isolating the area I want to affect even more than the bell shape. Yeah.
I mean, I think just from a commentary, like people overthink that kind of stuff. Like literally when you're EQing something, you're not like, oh, I have to use this bell shape because of this thing. You turn the knob, you're like, no, it doesn't sound right. Push this button. Nope, that doesn't sound right. Boom, push that button. Ah, that sounds right. Who cares what it looks like? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter.
For sure. It's easy to mix with your eyes as well with that Pro Q. For sure. Yeah. So much going on.
All those curves and bumps, I feel like, can be deceiving, because people sometimes, I feel like when you're more inexperienced, you look at that sort of thing and you don't really understand that you're just listening to a sound and you're like, oh, the bottom end doesn't sound right. Let's start EQing. And then you come up with whatever you come up with. You're just trying stuff. It's not like there's a methodology.
That's it.
Okay. Next question here. Is it possible to shrink down the kick processing to only 3 important plugins? If so, which ones would you use that you couldn't live without?
Pro Q.
Saturn.
Yeah, but I do need. I need 4. I need Pro Q, some sort of compressor. I don't really care on kick. Saturn and the Pro MB, probably.
Okay, a couple more have come in here. It says, I'm new to one-shots. Should I use them to add bass or high? Sorry, I'm new to one-shots. Okay. I guess.
I mean, if you want like a super consistent low end, you can use them for low end for sure. They're really good at low end. I think most people do that. Like, you don't want that typewriter high end. At least I don't. I would rather have more a live high end, more real sounding high end as far as the kick or whatever, or snare. But it's nice. I do like one shots and blending them in to get the hyper real sound blended with like a more dynamic sound for real. Yeah, I think it's cool.
Yeah, you can think of like a one shot as like an augmenter. You know what I mean? I mean, you can use it as a normal sound, but it's really there to make things sound solid and consistent in a mix. So, you know, if you dial your low end and you have all these multi samples with different types of low end in them because the drummer was inconsistent, now you're having a hard time. You know, it's affecting the compressor, which is now messing with the guitars and etc. Okay, next question here. Is the Pro MB doing the same as the C4 in the kick?
Similar, I suppose, yeah, but this triggering off of high end, which this does not, and this kind of when the kick is going like faster and doing rolls, this would turn it down, and this is not doing that to the same extent at all. I would say this is just adding attack. This does add attack for sure, but it also turns the bass down when the bass gets too much.
Okay, that's all for questions.
There was a kick room here. Only high end, basically. I'm gonna pull up the EQ I did first. Whoa. Yep, that's I would, yeah, you know, I don't know, man. It's it is what it is. This is what's on the album. A lot of EQ and even more EQ. I feel like when I'm doing that amount of EQ, I probably should start over. But since this is like a years long process of mixing, so it's just a result of that. And it's also ducking low end for not that it has a lot of low end, but it's ducking low end from the kick. And this is gonna pop up on a lot of stuff. I made like a print of one of the one shots that is hidden right now. Here it is, and it's only sending to kick sidechain, which is this, and it ducks stuff. So when it hits. So this is on so much stuff, and it really helps making the kick number one in the low end hierarchy, I suppose. Which is what I use it for. And this mix would fucking fall apart without it, I'm pretty sure. At least some sections. Oof. Yeah, snare. We're good to go to snare, yeah?
Yes. One more quick question that I'll take here is: do you automate samples for fast double bass parts?
Not really. No. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna turn everything off. Maybe we start with the real snare. I don't know how much of the real snare is even in there, to be fair. There's a fair amount. Let's see. This will have some processing. Right. This is snare top just bounced down from this, which is so much stuff. So I'm just going to go through it. It's literally filled to the brim with plugins. You know, like I said, this mix is like, I need to step shit up. So I'm trying everything, and it is what it is. It's not elegant by any means. So, is that face stuff? Yes, it is. Why is it? Ah, I know why. This is so heavy processing wise. So it's fucking up my my parallel buses, so it's going to start flamming. So I'm sending this straight to master now, just to demonstrate. This is bounced down, so we can hear how it sounds in full. So the first thing here is soothe for the cymbals. Let me crank this. And it is cutting some of the attack of the snare, which I'm not stoked about, but those cymbals had to go. And then one of 1 million EQs.
Just 1 million?
So we have, for some reason, some mid boost and just cutting some ringing keep in mind, this is not going to the parallel buses now, so it sounds like I'm removing all the ring there is. But since this is being sent to all the buses later, it brings out a lot of sustain. Then we have even more EQ, boosting some highs, cutting some mids. Cutting even more mids. Then we have this bleed trick. I have another bleed trick that I use, but I probably added this in because I felt it didn't do enough. And then I had this trick. I probably used this on the Born of Osiris toms. I think I showed it, but I probably downplayed it a bit because it's pretty good. And I came up with it kind of myself-ish. Like, it's kind of like that bow trick where he removes the transient of the mic, which kind of leaves only the bleed. And then he face flips that to cancel out the higher frequencies except the transient. So effectively, like, the high end is going to be only transient and the low end is going to be what it is. But I did that, but with Spiff. Spiff is really good at cutting transients. So I'm demolishing the transient on full with the cut function. And this is like a VST loader where I can put multiple plugins to and have it in parallel. That's the key. So first, remove transient. Second, we put a filter because I don't want this to affect the low end, and I still want some ring. I just want to get rid of the cymbals. And we flip the phase. So this is going to make a huge difference on the cymbals. Whoa, holy shit. Yeah, it's sick. Kind of brings the volume down, but yeah. Then I have 2 gates for some reason that no one knows. Let's see what it is. Wow. Okay, 1 gate is like a normal gate, and 1 gate is like has a longer, or like what's it called, deeper range, and kind of make sure everything is really silent if it's supposed to be silent. So if this is only on, there will still be some bleed. But this kind of makes sure everything is silent. Then we have Spiff to add attack to the snare. Here's the delta, so you can hear what it does. And now the snare is basically a little click, so we need distortion. Yep, and then we make that inactive, and this is like the bounce down version of that has this EQ move. This gate, and this is going through all the buses now as well, so you can see. So I'm just kind of finding ways to smash the drums harder on every level, basically. So that's like the explanation behind all of the millions plugins. Then we have the bottom. This is no samples. And then we go to the samples, I suppose. The thing is, this is also a bunch. So all of these are EQ'd separately, and then they're EQ'd together and distorted, and there's a bunch of like phase correction for all of them. I'm not sure it's called for to use this amount of snares, but I probably just watched like Hansen, and he was having like 10 snares, and I was like, oh, this sounds so good. I also want to do that. So I just did that. So it's like all the snares I like ever combined to this. So adding some distortion to the high end to get some sizzle. And together with the mic. Oh, there's even more samples. What is this? It's this. This is like a one shot I stole off of YouTube that I really like. It was literally some guy in the studio hitting a snare that was really well tuned, just kind of like a studio, like a what's it called? Type like a review of a snare drum. So I just recorded that into the DAW and then took this hit.
That's amazing.
So sue me, I guess. All of those together without the bus process is so much processing. Without what's on the snare bus. Do we have questions, or should I go through the snare bus processing?
I'm just looking to see if there's anything that's useful and relevant to mixing here. How did you get the ghost note to pierce through so well through the gating on the main snares? Was it from samples?
No, I probably automated the gate, or it lets them through. Let me see. No, there's no automating. Let's see. I mean, okay, it's barely coming through. Let me just check what it sounds like here. So that's how much they're coming through. So that's a good amount. I mean, and the snare bottom channel is not that processed and gated, so it's going to come through a lot there. So that's, I mean, there's a lot from the real snare.
There's also like a ton of compression going on too, which will bring some of that stuff.
Extreme amount of compressions for sure.
It's actually one of the hardest things to do when you have like a really punchy snare drum and it brings up all the low level stuff on your fills, is to get the dynamicism back, because you have a cannon of a hard hit. Okay, I got a ton of questions piling in. Can you go over the snare samples, maybe quickly, because I think
it's so much, dude. I'm gonna turn this on. It's gonna take a little while. I'm just gonna blow my nose. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries. Let's go, Pro Tools. You can do it. Yeah, I think it's important to emphasize, when you're seeing a lot of EQ cuts and processing and stuff like that, that again, when you're mixing, sometimes there's not a rhyme or reason other than something doesn't sound right in your ear. And you're just like, you start going for it, you start EQing, and all of a sudden you have this crazy ass looking curve. And then, you're 20 minutes later into a mix and you come back to it. And then suddenly you're like, oh, the snare still doesn't sound right. And if you take all that stuff off, everything falls apart. So you have to keep adding and adding and adding. And that's how you end up in a situation like that. Okay.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation that I ended up in, and it's like I didn't wish to do this, but yeah, this is probably also like settings from the session where I wrote everything and programmed drums, and I kept like the sample blend that I had.
Yeah, like the
Let's
writing
see.
template, right? It just continually
Right.
gets updated.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the dong. Can I not hear this? There we go. So cutting some high end, some ringy stuff, some of the super, super high end. I'm going to go through all this face stuff together later, probably. Then we have this. I wonder where this. Is some GGD one? I don't know exactly which one. And with the also the dong here is like made super short by this setting. So like, why am I hearing that? Okay.
Sometimes trigger crashes on individual sample playback.
Okay. So also it's pitched. So it's super short. Then I'm like recognizing all these samples, but I can't really place them. It's GGD for sure because it says it, obviously. GGD 3. This I know. This is the P4 the P4 VK custom, I think. Then we have from Evil Drums, the Tama Red. We have. This is from what's that Carnival expansion called Toontrack Progressive Foundry. This is like the main snare, I think, or like the default snare. Then I just have a soft one. I don't know. This is Toontrack as well, but it's just like a soft. I like what it sounds like to combine like a super hard hitting snare and a soft one. And I just added some stereo width to it. Let's see together. And if I remove all the face stuff, it's gonna sound bad. All the low end is like gone. Yeah.
I can imagine when every company probably has a different way that they cut samples.
Yeah.
You know, like we cut ours at Drumforge, we always put a 1 ms fade in before the transient starts of every hit. It's just, you know, everybody picks their thing. So, you know, anytime you have samples from different companies, you always need to check the phase because you cannot guarantee that they're cut. And there's a lot of interpretation too on when a sample starts. Buster, we're going to take a break in 5 minutes from now. So do we want to just power through a couple of questions here?
I'm just going to show you what we did on the bus here. The sample bus has some high-end distortion from Saturn, and then just like this to make the sample work with my live snare. That's it.
Cool. All right. When using Autoline, is there amount of time range that you prefer to stay? Is it moving 500 samples too much, for example?
Yeah, for snare, I wouldn't go more than 100. I usually end up like either... Yeah, it's usually around like 30 to 50 samples. I never go like backwards. You can go backwards, like minus 20 samples or whatever. I rarely go backwards. I always go forwards. But you can make it in phase in multiple directions but it all sounds different. But I tend to use like plus 30 samples, plus 50 samples, maybe 70 sometimes. That's kind of what I usually end up at.
Okay, did you stop using only frequency? Did you stop distorting only certain frequency areas with Saturn? Because on kick and snare, it seems like you're using the whole spectrum.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The reason, I don't know. I feel like if you EQ the snare correctly and put a distortion on it, it should work. And I feel like also it's like if I'm doing that, I need multiple instances of Saturn 2 with what's it called, linear phase mode, and that's like super CPU intensive as well. So I kind of try to keep it to one band. Yeah.
Okay, next question. When I layer a lot of snares, I often end up with lots of overbearing, sizzly sustain, especially in a slam mix. Do you have any tips to combat this, or am I just using the wrong samples?
No, what you can do is just this. You put a high band on Saturn, and then you bring back the dynamics. It's gonna decrease the sustain of the high end. So that should work.
Okay. Do you always blend overhead samples along with it, or mainly just top and bottom mic?
Usually I blend overheads, but some overheads sound too much like rooms, and that's not what I want. I want like a close mic with some distance, but it should still sound like relatively close. So it kind of depends on the overhead sample, I suppose.
All right. And the last question we're going to take here before we take a quick 15-minute break is, have you tried the Eventide Spiff EQ for live drums? Been finding it useful to hold cymbals away when doing live drums?
I haven't tried it. No.
I haven't either. All right. Well, that wraps that up for now. We'll be back here with Nail the Mix in 15 minutes. See you soon. Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail the Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today. Have you ever gotten into a mix and realized that the snare was trash and then wanted to pound your head through the wall? Well, yeah, of course you have, just like every other producer who's ever mixed a song. The snare is arguably the hardest and most important drum to get perfect in your mix. Imagine if achieving an amazing snare sound in your mix was actually fast and easy. That would change everything, and that is the exact problem we set out here at DrumForge to solve for you. To end your struggle, we've created what's called the Snare Arsenal. The Snare Arsenal is an ambitious, one-of-a-kind TCI format pack that contains 4 highly curated collections of snare drums, and each collection was recorded in a different world-class studio and specifically chosen to perform best for the room that it was recorded in. This gives you 48 mix-ready, but not overly processed snares for you to use in your own productions. Each room also has a wide variety of engineering setups to give you the ability to easily forge the amazing snare your song requires. This is true DrumForge style mixing, which so many producers already love, where you can quickly achieve the perfect balance of attack, tone, vibe, and ambience for your snare by simply just adjusting a few faders. Head on over to drumforge.com and check out the Snare Arsenal. 48 amazing snares, mix ready and easy to use. Delete all of the "Your Snare is Trash" meme collection that you got on your computer and start making your best mixes today.
Welcome to the world of Palmery plugins. Palmery Collection is an elite production tools series for producers, musicians, mixing and mastering engineers. There are lots of great and useful plugins in this bundle. With the latest DSP technology, there are endless possibilities to get the highest quality sound. In order to give the users what they need, we've built a large customer feedback database. We've put our knowledge and hard work on designing this for helping users to find the most professional, simple, creative, and effective ready-to-use solutions. You will find lots of intelligent analog reality solutions in this series. Without putting any effort, professional mixing and mastering with having fun is so easy now. Palmery Collection.
Now available at joeysturgistones.com, a creative vocal processor that will forever change the way you record and mix vocals. Introducing Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Just about everyone can hear the difference between a solo vocal
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
and a doubled vocal,
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
or even a stack of vocals.
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
The problem? Well, it can take a lot of time to sing every layer, record each take, and edit all those vocals to create these effects. And while I think we can all agree there will never be a true replacement for the real thing, plugins like Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier can get us pretty close, and sometimes even create new and interesting results that would not be otherwise achievable. Got a 4-part harmony? What would it sound like if you multiplied each of those 4 layers into 16 other layers to create a total of 64 vocals, which sounds like an insanely huge, beautiful choir section of epic proportions? Plug and play with the included presets or tweak until your heart's content. The choice is yours. Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier is great for doubling a single vocal take, transforming a few backing vocals into a full choir, creating entire vocal stacks from just 2 or 3 mono vocals, enhancing your main vocal mix to sound fat, wide, and punchy, enhancing your entire vocal bus with epic effects, adding depth to an existing guitar or synth lead, and so much more. So whether you're looking to clone your vocalist in a few seconds, or create that insanely epic choir vocal stack that you've been dreaming about, make it happen with Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Download your 14-day free trial at joeysturgistones.com.
You get a new project. You can already hear some crazy ideas in your head. As you enter the studio, the sound of the amplifier warming up and the smell of wood from your new guitar get you in just the right mood. In moments like this, your gear is your best friend. The amplifier you choose, the combination of equalizers, cables, compressions, guitars, it all matters. S-Series by Allo Audio. S4R recording headphones for tracking and producing. S4X reference headphones for mixing and mastering.
Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail the Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today.
Welcome back to August 2023's Nail the Mix. Buster, I'm going to give it right back to you.
What's up? Yeah, let's go with some snare bus processing. So we went through their snare top, snare bottom, snare sample 1, and snare sample 2. But snare sample 1 is actually like 10 samples. But yeah, a lot of stuff. Then we go into our bus processing. Let's see how I destroyed my snare sound. This is just like focusing the low end to be more here and not below. Below can be cool, but I think just this had a bit too much of that, like 100 and below kind of thud that we don't really want. So I'm just kind of trying to refocus it. And now this I stole from Grant McFarlane, is his name, right? Who did Era. Yeah. This is really cool plugin. It's like making your drums be on steroids, basically. But I find that most of the time is too much for me. Actually, the other day I removed it on snare, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna use this a whole bunch anymore. But I did it for this. It's kind of reminds me of what the C4 does to the kick. It changes the phase somehow and makes it like more attacky. Then we have also, this is the only thing that's on thick and it's at 0. So, but it does stuff when it's just on. But I probably just thought it was too much and brought everything down except that. Next is more high end. Let's see. Yeah, this is off. So more high end. And then that's like the tape. This is the tape. Oh, it is tube. Never mind, it's tube. Okay, so I'm using tube twice. I'm using tube to boost high end, and then I'm using tube on the entire thing. And some more saturation. Listen to that high end and the mid range. The mid range when this is on, the mid-range pops out and the high end gets like filtered off really nicely. I really love that for sure. And then I'm doing, the thing is, I kind of just love what this does to drums so much that I put it on the master and I put it here to kind of hit the snare even more. So it is all of these stages of like EQ, distortion, compression, EQ, distortion, compression, just like so much of it going on. But it kind of adds up when you put the guitars and bass in. You kind of just need it to cut through. And some soothe for some harsh frequencies, I suppose. Nothing huge. You don't really kind of don't need it, but it's there. If you hear the sizzle, that's this gate is just removing that. Cool. That's the snare basically, and like I said, this is just going through all of the buses and the instrumental bus and stuff. So it's already a lot of stuff on it. On top of that, I put this. So yeah, it's a lot of processing for the snare for sure. Should I move on to room, or do we have any questions?
The only question I have here is with saturation and the different types, available in Saturn, what do you listen for when choosing between, for example, tape and tube or transformers?
I feel like tube is a lot thicker, adds a lot more low end, but it also adds like the super, super high top end. So I feel like if you crank it, you can kind of hear the character and you can compare. Let me do that real quick. If I remove this, I'm gonna do that. Let's see. So here's tube. Like super cranked. And then tape. I think we have to crank tape more to get it to the same level, or less. Okay, less. I think I just generally like tube on shells more. And maybe I go for tape on the entire mix. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, that's what I like. Okay, then we have
another one that just snuck in here. They're waiting just for you to move on before they sneak in and snipe you.
Right.
Okay, is the saturation stage or the compression stage what you use in your shells in order for the main frequency to sound fat yet not overbearing?
Not really sure what that means. I think that's the saturation I use.
Are you getting your thickness from saturation or compression?
Oh, the thickness I get from saturation, because like a snare has so much transient, and to get rid of the transient and get more of the body in there, I do crank the distortion quite a lot. Yeah. And then the compression also does that, but it also adds a compression character that I want. I just don't want like a non-compressed super distorted snare. I want all of it basically. Yeah, it's different flavors, you know. And the room, I've done this so we can listen to all of the room stuff by itself. But this is the bounced room with EQ. Let's see. Oops. Taming some low end, taming some high end, and taming everything. I don't know. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Let's see. What's this? Oh, we have this. This is like an old room sample I got from Chris Foster is his name. I think you guys know who it is. But yeah. So he used that on the C-Lot record, probably he did. There it is. I'm trying to mute. There we go. And this is the EQ moves I'm doing, cutting some highs, boosting some lows, and here I'm filtering the low end to not get that super low rumble stuff. So without EQ, with EQ, just kind of focus it more to the mid range. Then the room is probably GGD. No, this is... Oh, wow. I'm using Slate, bro. Wow. Oh, I know what it is. This is like the ringy room I use sometimes. Yeah, just for some nice ring. So some compression, some EQ, filtering some high end, cutting some high end, cutting a lot of 800, and compressing. So without the EQ and the gate. All right. And combine with the other room. And we have two more rooms. This is probably GGD, the close mic and the far mic combined. So that's a lot of EQ, bro. I feel like it's too much, but I mean, sounds good in context. Cutting some high end, cutting a bunch of resonating stuff and high passing. Removing some 300, removing some 1.5, filtering the high end, killing even more mids. Yeah, well. So without that, probably just listening with the guitars and kind of bringing the snare room up and killing some frequencies I'm hearing that's annoying me and just bringing it up and up and up. And that's where I kind of landed with the EQ of it. And then we have a mono room as well. Yeah, that's about it for the room.
Preference where you use a mono or a stereo room in your snares?
I use both. I like both to have control over it. But lately I've been getting into mono rooms for sure. It's kind of just cuts way more in a different way than stereo rooms do, I feel like.
Yeah, there's like a certain glue, especially on drum fills, I find. This is something I picked up from Bergstrand. He really, really loves mono kick and snare rooms, which to me at first seemed weird, but because I'm used to like Joey style mixing. Yeah. But the more I use them, the more I find that they just add this cool glue that you can't quite get with a stereo. So it's one of those underrated.
It doesn't drown in the guitars. I think that's the main thing. It doesn't. Yeah. The guitars don't kill them off. Because they're all in the sides if they're stereo. So if you have it in the middle, it's going to be more audible. But I like both, I suppose, at the same time.
Like a nice depth.
Yeah. Right, toms. Oops. Dude, I'm just gonna check something real quick. Am I using the... No, I'm not. That's what I thought. It sounded weird. I'm not using the right calibration. Right. We have both samples and real. So this is real. And these are like bounce down. They have some EQ though, which is, whoa, a lot of EQ, apparently. This looks like a tone match. This looks like I have like a bank here with like kick, snare, toms that I liked, Ashen guitar, Ashen kick, blah, blah, blah. So if I'm struggling, I can use like a tone match to get closer to what I'm used to hearing as far as the frequencies are going. But this is not all of the processing. Like I said, this is like bounce down. So I'm pretty sure it's the same processing on all of these. So maybe I should just open the middle one. And it's kind of saying, it kind of reminds me of the snare as far as the stuff here. It's the trick I used to get rid of bleed on the snare. Same here. Come on, Pro Tools. Oh, there we go. It's the same, literally the same as the trick I did on the snare. So without, maybe we should use something with cymbals. Now we're listening to samples as well. I can hear. That's weird. We listen to this. There we go. Then a gate to mitigate some sustain. A lot of EQ. And then some spiff for attack. Sorry for all the distortion. There's like so much on the master bus. Everything's kind of distorting. But when you listen to the music without soloing stuff, it sounds slamming. But yeah, that's why it's distorting right now. So that's the tom, the real toms. These are the samples. So together with this, and the samples, the tom samples are two different ones. It's GGD Invasion, I think. I'm not sure. And Superior Drummer 3, I think it's the Darkness, the white kit in Darkness. Let's see. And they both have EQs. So this is the tune track one. Oops, these are still going. This is the tune track. Am I dumb? Yeah, I'm dumb. It's still playing stuff I don't want it to play. That's the Superior Drummer. This is the GGD. And together. And these EQs are probably, this looks like tone match EQs. Both of them. Trying to make them sound like some tom I did a while ago that I liked, probably. Saving some time. Then even more EQ on the bus. So without the EQ, it's going to probably sound crazy. So much low end. Cool. All right, so that's toms, and they go through a tom bus. So like, these are some EQ sample, some sample EQ I did only on the samples, and they all end up with these plugins here. I do the same thing I did with the kick, so it's triggering off the high end to get the low end some punch. And yeah, those settings on the Sheps thing, and this soothe, and this some limiting. So I'm just gonna turn everything off here. I literally don't know what all these do. I do know this adds high end, but I just kind of play around with them and see what sounds best. This is more like low frequency heavy, and this kind of is like some transient designer, I think. I'm not sure. And with this, just it tightens up the low end so much. Soothe. Just those weird frequencies. Tick, tick, tick. Just removes them. And then just to control the attack some. And boost volume, apparently. Right. So that's that. Then we have the corresponding rooms for each, like the GDD room and the tune track room. So this is the GDD. This is the tune track. Together. This is the EQ move. I mean, there's more EQ in this I'm seeing though, on the individual stuff here. Oops. This is raw going into the buses. Or this is raw. Removing some resonances in the mids. Just filtering pretty heavily to make him not as like low end heavy. And compressing. And a lot of EQ. Then we have the Superior Drummer room. So raw. Oops. I'm removing so much 200, filtering on top of that, and compressing. So yeah, just giving room for the snare and the guitars and all of that. Like, I generally want my rooms to occupy maybe from 400 to 4,000 somewhere. They should be the loudest there, at least. That's probably, I'm just carving out that space basically for all the other instruments. So that's Tom's together with all the stuff. Yep. Cool. Any questions?
Yeah, I do have a couple here. Not all of them are Tom questions though, but we'll try to take them. Okay. First off, how do you deal with tuning when blending Tom samples?
Yeah, I'll probably just pitch in the fucking thing. Let's see. So so this is pitched down 01.7, but I can't click it and get sound. Oh, because never mind. So this is pitched down. This is also pitched down. So it's, I think I tuned the drums similar to the GGD stuff, and then I probably pitched the tune track stuff to the GGD stuff as well to get that the same way. Is this the toms I'm using? Yeah, this might be the toms I'm using actually. These are the toms. So I can't really pitch these individually. No, I can't. So yeah, it's probably similar to that. Yeah. So
Okay,
that's how I do it.
Next question. Do you ever do any processing in SD3? I don't remember the tom sounding so punchy from the dry library.
I'm doing on overheads. Yeah, overheads and amp near. I'm doing some processing, but not on the actual ones. I probably... Let's see, what are these? Okay, so these are actually not the darkness ones. These are Evil Drums Pork Pie Glamouflage toms. I've used them a bunch. So that's what those are. And they're pitched and have this process thing on them, which changes their sound. Sometimes I also make them super short with this envelope thing to make them not sustain forever. But yeah, these are not the darkness ones that I said it was. Yeah.
Okay. The next question is, do you ever use reverb on your snare drum? And do you have a favorite reverb that you use?
The reverb I use on drums is this. But we'll come to that. I'm sending... This is one of the parallel buses, I suppose, but it's more like reverb. And it's also sending to the other parallel buses. But I'm sending like more of the room to this and having a reverb on top of it, which makes it... Let's see if we can solo this. Oh. I don't think it's getting close, Mike. Hold on. I need to solo save these. I do smash this with a limiter first. And just taming some high end from the cymbals and ducking the kick. So that's the reverb.
Okay. And then they're asking, last question here I've got drum related is, can they hear the snare samples muted on and off to see how much sample is making up the final sound against, say, the roots?
Yeah. It's some session, or like maybe the one we've used. I'm going to turn the snare room off because it kind of is distracting. So... mean, it's going to lose a lot of level. So let's see if I can compensate with the level. Maybe like 4 dBs or something. Yeah, it's a lot louder. I mean, it's not a question of do I have to use samples. For me, it's like samples make everything sound better 100% of the time. Because if you have the best all raw drum sound you can possibly get in this genre, if you have the best fucking slamming drums, perfectly mixed, perfectly tuned, the best drummer ever, if you add samples to that, it's gonna sound better. Like it just is what it is. Like for me, that's like I grew up on records that are like 100% fucking Roland D4 or some shit, like just like one shot on the toms and stuff. That's like I'm a definitely guy, so that's kind of what I grew up on. So for me, blending samples always sound better no matter what. No argument. No, that's it. That's what I think basically.
Too many YouTube warriors out there getting, why use samples on that? It's like it's extreme metal. Like who doesn't use samples?
Also, don't tell people what to do. Just do your thing and be successful or be a failure, depending on what's going to happen. But if someone else wants to use samples or wants to use pod farm instead of real amps or whatever it might be, just let them do it. It's like you're not hurting anyone. You're not putting a drum out of a job or something.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right? You put out work, and if it's competitive, people will like it. You'll get hired, and you'll get paid. And if it sucks, well, then you won't. So you can have whatever philosophy you want.
It's all tools for achieving something that's in your head. And if you're using samples, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, that's just my take on it. I can get great drum sounds without samples, but I just think samples sounds better.
Imagine telling somebody in pop not to use samples or hip hop.
No auto tune in pop. No synths. You have to record everything. So GG. Yeah. Cool. Then we have this stuff. I'm not sure how interesting this is. This is just like what's it called? Damage 2. And it's some setting with a bunch of cymbal samples that I made like the role of this in the song is like a trap hat, I suppose, but I didn't want the trap hat. I wanted more like a tribal sounding stuff. So it's this. As you can see, I just like just like everywhere what sounded cool and high end heavy, and I just forced it there with compression and distortion and transient designers to make it cut through. Like it just adds to that feel that the song has. It might be a bit low actually. I'm gonna turn it up. So yeah, that's that. I don't know if it's super interesting to go through all the settings. It's like just boost high end and distort it and make it super attack heavy if you want to do something like that.
There's a lot of good programs like Damage, for example, that have stuff that's like totally annihilated that you could use to start with and create that kind of effect for sure.
Yeah. I just wanted like something more unique than a tambourine or a trap hat, basically. All right. Any questions before cymbals? No, probably not, right?
Yeah, I see a couple that just came in. What library did you use for the percussion?
Let's see. It's Damage 2. Just see exactly what it is. It has so much stuff on it. It's gonna be angry when I put it on. Let's see.
Destroy your computer.
Piatti Hayes. Damage cymbals menu 36. I guess, yeah. Cymbals and noise. Yeah, it's this. Damage cymbals menu. I don't know. I just found it. Yeah, damage symbols should do the trick if you found it. Right. Any more?
And then the last question, which is kind of redundant, but there's a bit of a different dimension because we kind of answered this. But when blending tom samples, do you ever pitch match the fundamental or just go by ear? This question could also go for regular samples.
But I do it by ear, to be fair. But I do pitch match. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Right. As you can see here on the thing, I do a bunch of like impact automations for the cymbals, like for like extra heavy, just like a little bump of like 2 dBs or something on a bunch of places to just make them stand out a bit more. And what I have here is hi-hat ride, overheads close, and overheads far rooms. Overheads close is like 2 Omni mics that are like below the highest cymbal but above like splashes and stuff. So it's like amid the cymbals, I suppose. They're just like in the middle of it. And in Omni, which gives you like a lot of detail when it comes to like FX symbols and stuff, and you get it super wide. And the HO far, OH far is like XY further up, which is not at all wide. So when you combine these two, you get like the perfect kind of thing. And then room is just like 2 mics at the end of the room, really high up, pointing away from the kit. So let's take them one at a time, I suppose. Let's start with the hi-hat. I have a hi-hat sidechain that is being sent somewhere. Probably, if I had to guess, it's being sent to this. Yeah, right. So the hi-hats was a bit, standard. The hi-hat is too loud. So whenever the hi-hat's being played, the high end of it is being turned down from 7K and up on the entire cymbals bus. Okay, hi-hat. All right. Listening my headphone amp left and right is the left is in the right and the right is in the left, but doesn't matter for you guys. So what we have here, also like there's on the album there's like I recorded like a snare track where I'm hitting a bunch of snares, and I'm phase aligning everything, all the mics to the snare. So like the hats, the ride, the overhead close, bar, it's all phase aligned to the snare close mic, basically. So that's what that is. But let's just go through here. All right, this is also important. I'm also going to remove everything on the cymbals bus. I wanted to get as much low end out of these mics as I could without it interfering with stuff, because I didn't want to just filter away everything and just have the high end from the cymbals, because a lot of the shells are in there, and I want them to be audible, and I want them to glue in with the rest of the kit. So this move here is like just boosting a bunch, because this mic as it is pretty high end heavy. I'm basically just trying to get all the other shells and stuff out of all of the cymbal mics, basically. So that's that EQ. Then this EQ. This looks like a tone match. I probably did this, and it's like it sounds weird, but I like the snare. So I'm just gonna see what I need to remove to get the hi-hat to sound a bit better. And some compression, fast attack, mid attack, fast release. And then that alignment I talked about for the snare. Can't really demonstrate that right now. Then I have the side chain is basically filtered. Yeah, I filtered it so that only that super high end is triggering the Pro MB to react. Their ride, I don't think I'm using the ride in this once. Let me think. Is there even a ride in this? No. Well, no ride, but there's the ride track. Same philosophy there, trying to boost some low end to get it to work. And then, yeah, this looks also like a tone match. And the same compressor. All right. This is that super wide Omni thing. So I only have Gullfoss on both of them and that phase alignment I was talking about. And Gullfoss, if you don't know what it is the best thing ever. Put it on everything. It's nice. I don't really use the recovers that much. I just use the tame at 30. Seems to be really good. And as you can hear, like the crash in the room is like here in front of me, but it sounds like it's fucking there. But when you combine it with everything, it's going to be way better. So I start with compression here for some reason. I also like that you hear that the kick is on way more on the one of the sides. It kind of makes it sound way realer. Like the kick is on one side more than the other. Yeah, so much EQ. And even more. And some Saturn, just 60%. Putting like a tape distortion or something after that amount of EQ kind of glues it all together and makes it like real somehow, because you're removing so much with these types of moves. It just sounds like overly EQ'd, and tape distortion can really help with that. Then we have the XY setup. There's some EQ, no EQ. All right, this is just bass flip and Gullfoss. As you can hear, this is way more mono. Here I am making it a little bit wider. This is a good trick, just like all band EQ on the sides, boosting whatever it is. I can't get it. Hello. Like 5 is this? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, 5.5. So the same thing there, more EQ, and then Saturn at the end. And then if we listen to all of the cymbals, normally I wouldn't send the room to the cymbals bus, but I did here. I don't know why. But here's that. Let's see what we have. Probably a lot going on. Yeah, so it's remove some of the lower lows and a lot of the cymbal stuff, because I don't really want that much cymbals in the room mics. Then some go fuzz, same setting. Then this, just cranking the sustain to make the room sound bigger than it is, because it's not that big. And when you compress stuff, you bring up the cymbals again. So this is like a good way to kind of try to extend the sustain of it without getting too much cymbals. And then some mid cuts for reasons. Then compression, not that much. So much low end in that room. Probably taming it here. So let's see, this is everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm bringing down a lot of low end. I would say this is way too much EQ, but like I said, this is nothing. This is not like I sat down one day and did all this. It's more like you mix it for so long and you're kind of happy with it, but you just want to change a couple of things instead of just starting over. So you just add and add and add and add. This is that hi-hat sidechain. So the high end sounds nice and even. We have soothe. And then I'm ducking the kick, so the low end of these mics are not interfering with the actual close mic kick. Yep, so that's cymbals. Or that's drums, actually. We did all the drums. So, question time.
Yep. Okay, so I've got a few in here. Some of them are not drum related, but maybe we can take them quick. Drum ones first. What hi-hats were used during tracking? Did you ever find out what the 15-inch Sabian hi-hats were?
I did not find that out, but these are 15-inch Sabian hats. But these are the... What the fuck are they called? It's not the Paragon ones or the Artisan or whatever it's called. It's Evolution or something. They don't have a lot of 15-inch ones, but it's one of those.
Okay. Next question. Knowing the mix was made over many, many stages of decisions, how long did it take you to settle on this mix and to determine that it was the final product?
A couple of days after I was supposed to hand it in, I handed this mix in maybe 3 times. And I was like to my dude, I was like, dude, I have to change the kick again or whatever it might be. So I did a bunch of changes and send it all. And keep in mind, that means bouncing everything down through my outboard gear, doing all the stems, doing all the instrumental tracks, everything, bro. And I did that 3 times each time, and I named all the tracks, did the DDP master. So much work.
I absolutely hate that.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
It's so horrible. Yeah.
People don't realize that, they think mixing is EQ and balance and compression and saturation and all that stuff. What mixing really is deliverables. That's really what it is. Like if you're mixing real bands, you spend more time printing stuff and versions of stuff and making live, you know what I mean, than you do actually mixing sometimes, which is absurd, but it is what it is. And a lot of people don't factor that in, I feel like, to what they charge. So, I always use that as a ploy to beat up A&R people and stuff. You want how much? Well, this guy will do it for that. I'm like, well, my time, blah, blah, blah. And I got to do all these deliverables and I provide this and this and that. They're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Ridiculous. Okay. So why do you use folder tracks instead of just putting audio as 2 mono channels on a stereo track?
One more time.
Why do you use folder tracks instead? I don't understand Pro Tools, so if the question doesn't make sense and I'm asking it, I'm sorry. Why do you use folder tracks instead of just putting the 2 mono channels on a stereo track? Like maybe he means a group or an aux? I don't know.
There's a bunch of channels that are stereo channels, and the mono channels are mono, and everything is collapsible. I can do this. Bloop. That's very satisfying. And like if I want to program shit or like change the MIDI, I open this, we have the MIDI. I open this, we have the kick. So it's like I don't know how it could be better than this.
Okay, next question here. Sorry, sometimes they can like the questions and then like I'm in the middle of reading something and then it jumps up to the top and reorders a list and now I'm reading halfway into the wrong question and I don't know what I'm doing. So it's like maddening the way this question box works. Okay, so okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay, this is 2 questions. It's 1 question, but there's 2 parts. Because he revised it. So I'm going to read it first. How do you approach change with 1 drum verb and not having separated verbs for kick, snare, and toms before? But then there's an edit. For what reason did your approach change with using 1 drum verb and not having separated verbs for kick, snare, and toms as before?
I just want 1 bus instead of 3, I suppose, or whatever I had before. I don't feel the need to have different reverbs for different. I mean, it makes no sense if you think about it. Like, what drum recording has a hall on the kick and a small room on the snare, and what it's like they have this. They should be in the same room. And if I can't make that work, I have to change the reverb, I suppose. It kind of makes sense to have all the drums go to the same reverb in my head.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I think most people don't realize that the entire history of recorded music up until maybe 10, 15 years ago, everybody was forced to mix that way. You might have had like 4 different effects processors in your studio, and out of that, maybe 1 or 2 of them are reverbs. And that got applied to everything, vocals, drums, or whatever. And then people wonder why now a lot of mixes don't sound as connected as before, because no one's using cohesive ambiances and things like that. It's just like a mishmash of random stuff. So if you're going to use something like a reverb, it probably makes sense to use it, across all the drums instead of having 100%.
Like a room has a connection to an actual space, and especially when a human hears it, it's kind of like see or like equate it to an actual space. And if a drum set has a bunch of different spaces going at the same time, it might disconnect. It might disconnect the listening somehow. It's like breaking the 4th wall or some stuff. I don't know.
I definitely had an experience I'll never forget. I was very young into audio, and I sent my first mix, my first band, to this guy who I really looked up to, and he listened to it, and he's like, the first thing wrong with your mix is your ambiences aren't cohesive. I can hear your toms are in a different space from your snare, from your cymbals, and it sounds like crap. Fix it. And I was like, what? And I never forgot that, because that was like just not the thing I was thinking about at all. I was more like, is my guitar tone good? Right. Okay. Next question. How did you end up using these distressor settings and why?
I mean, the way I kind of set a compressor is like, I want something out of it. And like, if I want punch and attack, I do slow attack, fast release. If I want more of a snare explosion, I might go faster attack and fast release, and you set it to the thing you wanted to do, basically.
Right. Yeah. You don't just aimlessly turn knobs. And if you want to actually learn how to use a compressor and you're watching this and you're maybe unclear of what type of attack time to use where, go to Enhanced at URM, sign up for that. It's like $1 your first month. It's nailthemix.com/upgrade. And there's all these fast tracks on compression that will show you how compression works, how to use it, and where to use it, and etc. Highly, highly, highly recommended. It'll save you years of frustration. Okay. Couple more questions here. Some of these are off topic, so let's just hit them very quickly and then we can move on. You said you mix all the songs in an album on the same session, but do you also write or track all the songs in the same session?
Yeah. It's a pain in the ass, but it's like I really like to have everything in one place, so I don't have to export and import. But the thing is, like with Pro Tools, I wish you could like take one part of the song and move it without fucking up the tempo of the entire thing. Because the way I have to do it now is like create. Let's see, how do I do it? I have to. Let's say I want to, in the middle of the album, I want to put in a riff. Then I would take from the point where the riff is supposed to go, I cut everything, every single channel, mark everything, including the tempos and the signatures, time signatures, a copy, and I put that at the end of the new riff that I put at the end of the session. Then I take a time edit and I remove the time, so that now the riff is there. It's like so annoying, man. It's incredibly annoying.
I mean, it's annoying when somebody calls you in mixing and makes an arrangement change and you've got to move all your automation, but I can imagine having like drum edits and all this other crap flying around a 10-song album, and then all of a sudden you got to punch in a bar or something. I mean, I've done it before. I know in Cubase they have a thing called an arranger track that allows you to do that by clicking a few buttons now. Yeah. I never got into it because I've only been mixing since 2016, but I played with it once or twice and it seemed like it solved that problem, but I can't confirm it. Okay, next question. How is the super, wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm looking for drum questions and there's like questions about DDP. Okay, I guess let's just knock these down. Where would you place your Neve MBP module while mastering? Is it before or after your master compressed?
After.
Okay, next question. How is the super distorted lead that's in a lot of the Ashen songs done without being loud or obnoxious?
I'll show you in a sec.
All right. I was going to say that sounds like a guitar question. I have another guitar question. I'm going to wait. Regarding mastering, you just mentioned DDP masters. What's the difference between that and sending the files to a disk replicator or a distributor? Is there a glader? It's the same thing, dude. It's like a DDP is the thing that they use to, when you replicate a disk, a DDP is like a digital CD print that they just use. So either they make it or you make it for them, but usually you're supposed to.
I use this thing, half a DDP master, and you put your songs in here in order and you name everything and blah, blah. And then you can export it in different, what's it called? Yeah, different sample rates and blah, blah, blah.
How often do you get a DDP request in 2023? I mean, I've done one this entire year.
Dude, I just stopped it's so funny. I just kind of decided to stop doing them because half of the people I send it to is like, what's this? So I just literally stopped doing them, and I do them when people ask me, basically.
I've had one request this entire year and maybe one last year. And it's just like, every time I get it, I'm like, what is this? Like 2012? Why do you?
Dude, I did it with the Silent Planet record. I did it. That was just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. I mean, you need a CD to duplicate them to have a DDP. So it's, I don't know. Okay. A couple more that just came in. What are you sending into your drum reverb? What kind of balances? I think maybe a better question is like, are you sending more of your dry or like your room samples into your reverb?
Less of the dry, definitely. But we can pretty easily just check the kind of relative balance here. If you can read what everything is. So like kick is -12, kick room is +8. Snare -7, snare room +2.6. I basically don't want to hear the click of the kick drum, but I want the low end punch of it, I suppose. So I just crank the kick room instead. Same with the toms there. The cymbals shouldn't be that much. Yeah, it's -20. But No, I didn't do that. I usually put like a separate send on the rooms and send even more to the reverb of the room tracks. But yeah, didn't do that here.
Okay, cool. That's the last question that I've got regarding anything that I have, like a guitar one. We're not on guitar. So if we'd like to carry on, I'm not exactly sure how much time we have in the segment, but I'm pretty sure we'll be taking a break reasonably soon. So maybe we carry on a bit and then.
Yeah, I can jump into the bass. All right, let's jump into the bass here. Let's see. This is tracked on an NG3 Dingwall, of course, like everyone ever uses. That's like everyone in all the metal bands in the world uses Dingwall. I'm just gonna see what this is all about. Right. There's some automation stuff there.
How to position yourself as a metal mixer or producer in 2023. Don't use a Dingwall bass in your mixes.
Okay, we begin with, I'm just going to think about how to do this properly. Just going to mute this, mute those. Right. We begin with a super cool trick for, this is so funny that anyone who has problem with, this is going to be like a YouTube clip for Nail the Mix. Anyone who has problems with like noises for DIs, this is for you. So let's think about, what is a DI? What does it consist of? It consists of notes that have sustain to them from like 700 hertz and down. Above that is literally only short click sounds. But the high end is where you hear noise usually. If it's in the low end, this won't help. But so this is like a expander. This is like the snare trick everyone uses as well. This triggers off of the high end though, not the low end. So what it does, it removes. It goes up when the attack of the pick hits. But immediately after it goes down. So if you would have a bunch of in the background here, this would just turn it down and only maintain the attack of the bass. Let's see if I can find any stuff like that. Here, right? You can hear that. And if I put this on, and this can be used for guitars as well.
That's actually interesting. I use that to remove analog hiss, but I use a different multiband expander from, I have a 2BQ that I love how it sounds, but it's got a really noisy top end. And those people that listen to it cranked in their headphones plus 20 dB, I don't know why an artist would do this, but they're like, dude, there's like a hiss in the background of this. I'm like, yeah, like minus 60 dB. Can you take it out? I'm like, dude, every recording ever has it, other than the last 5 years. For sure. It's very useful for.
Yeah, it's a very good trick for that, for sure. So that's, I always have it on, regardless if there's noise or not, basically. Then I do some saturation and a lot of EQ. This is like, I think I came up with this when tracking bass through my actual 73 style preamp. Just like getting rid of all the 700, boosting some low end and cranking the high end. It gave it this really aggressive sound. It's gonna sound ass now, but like going through the distortion, that sounds great. Here's the compressor and the gate. Not really touching that much. That's the DI portion of it. Then we have 2 channels, sub and grit, standard. So this is EQ moves I've made going through the distortion. So it might just make sense to have the distortion on. Is this also distortion? Hello? Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll wait with that. Let's do a little loop here. There's all of that sound I'm removing. And this is going through right now is this. And this. This is probably the same cab I used for the guitar. Not sure though, so hold your horses. This is heavy saturation, both of them. I'm not using the low band. I'm just using from 145 to 1.2-ish. And I'm removing all the low end, removing some of the high end. Just want the note clarity of this band. And this is like the really high stuff. So that's what we're hearing right now, but it's not all of this distortion actually. Let's see. For once, the bass is not that down-tuned because this is too low to, I guess, for the guitars to get down there. But then I'm using this what's it called? This one. HM2 style distortion. These are the settings. And I'm EQing into it like this and EQ out of it like this. So I'm going to show you with everything and without everything. Let's see. So without any of the EQ, only the distortion. This is 15% blended, so I'm going to do 100. So, and with the EQ before, and with the EQ after. And I blended it in 15%. So it's like not that much, but as you can hear, I added so much high end on the DI. So I wanted to add some thickness back into it. So this is like the thickness thing. So with and without. Cool. Then we have a bunch of EQ that is probably tone match stuff. I remember tone matching my tone that I made for Throne for this as well, because I love that bass tone. So like with all of these EQs. Then soothe. Pro and B, love this on guitars and bass. if you ever have shrill guitars or like shrill sounding bass, and you still want a bright guitar or bass sound, this is a great option to do. Like compress the high end. It's gonna sound not as shrill as before. And then I have this. This is gonna make sense on some of the choppy riffs, because it's like slow attack, fast release. So every time the bass stops playing and comes in again, it's gonna be like a transient. So that's the distortion. Then we go to my low end. Let's see. So what I do first is this. I don't do this anymore, but I kind of do a version of it. So that my filters are 55 to 130. And then I'm kind of just from like 80 hertz and up, kind of bringing that down a little bit. Then I'm doing this. This is like a leveler type of plugin. But it's like, I don't know. I don't really understand these settings to be fair. So it's kind of not that even, but I'm going to make it more even. Just clipping the shit out of it. And then the same filters. And then a little EQ here. And then leveler again. Leveler again. Sorry if I press play. So that's the low end and the grit at the same time here. And then some bus stuff, removing some low end, probably last minute change. I'm adding this without any of these in. I just like what it does to the low end, but it's super subtle. Really. More gating. Then I have some spread. This is I didn't steal Hansen's settings, but I stole this idea. So what it is the VST loader with a filter, filtering away low end, going to doubler, this basic doubler setting here, basic, and then a really short reverb, which is this. So 100% it's this. And like I had it at 40 or some shit. Just kind of connects it with the guitars in the image, I suppose. And we have the kick sidechain. And we have this cool thing, which is, the thing is, I wanted the bass to be even more distorted for some parts. So what I did was, the first thing I did was doing the warm tube and cranked it a lot. But that changed the EQ curve a lot. I want to maintain the same EQ curve. So I did a tone match, which was this. So this is like, has the same EQ as the non-distorted one. And just this to maintain. Yeah, so I'm going to show you the transition here. And I used it in a bunch of places. So yeah, a lot of distortion. So that's like on for the more extreme parts. So basically that's bass. Any questions? Then break.
Okay. What are you using the gate on your bass for?
The gate on my bass.
Yep.
To get rid of unwanted noise and make it tighter sounding.
How do you balance between the sub and the grit?
I do that in the mix context, basically. I just try to get as much of them in there as possible without making the other stuff sound bad.
Okay, you kind of touched on this earlier, but just to reiterate, do you feel like running through Blue Cat patch work makes much of a difference more than just lowering the value of the mix and fab filter?
If it talks about this is not the same thing. This is 100% on. I just wanted a chain of plugins in one plugin, basically. That's why I used it here. Otherwise, I use it when there's not a mix knob available. No other. I mean, I use it sometimes where plugins don't work in the AIX format, so I have to use the VST loader. But there's no like sound or anything. No, nothing.
Okay. Does the multi-band on the compressor on the bass have the same configuration on each and every band in terms of attack and release?
Yep. It's the default one.
And last question. Do you insert many tone match? Wait, hold on. Do you insert many tone match one after the other to get as close as possible from the original tone you are matching?
No, I think it's just a mix. Like, this is probably me. And no, this is probably me. This is probably a tone match, and I remove some bands, keep some bands, and this is probably me as well. So it's a mix. It's kind of just trying to get there as fast as possible, but I always tweak stuff.
Okay, last question for real. What made you start using sidechain in bass? I remember you kind of disliking it.
I mean, sidechain on the entire thing, yeah, but not. This is only sidechain on the low end, which is a completely different thing. I haven't really seen anyone else do it, and that's kind of why I do it, because I want the kick to have like authority over everything else, and yeah, just be ducking everything basically. And so that's, yeah, like I said, I haven't really seen it before. So once I kind of understand I could do it, I've been doing it basically.
All right. Well, we are going to take a 15-minute break. We will see you back here soon.
Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail to Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail to Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today. Have you ever gotten into a mix and realized that the snare was trash and then wanted to pound your head through the wall? Well, yeah, of course you have, just like every other producer who's ever mixed a song. The snare is arguably the hardest and most important drum to get perfect in your mix. Imagine if achieving an amazing snare sound in your mix was actually fast and easy. That would change everything, and that is the exact problem we set out here at DrumForge to solve for you. To end your struggle, we've created what's called the Snare Arsenal. The Snare Arsenal is an ambitious, one-of-a-kind TCI format pack that contains 4 highly curated collections of snare drums, and each collection was recorded in a different world-class studio and specifically chosen to perform best for the room that it was recorded in. This gives you 48 mix-ready, but not overly processed snares for you to use in your own productions. Each room also has a wide variety of engineering setups to give you the ability to easily forge the amazing snare your song requires. This is true DrumForge style mixing, which so many producers already love, where you can quickly achieve the perfect balance of attack, tone, vibe, and ambience for your snare by simply just adjusting a few faders. Head on over to drumforge.com and check out the Snare Arsenal. 48 amazing snares, mix ready and easy to use. Delete all of the Your Snare is Trash meme collection that you got on your computer and start making your best mixes today.
Welcome to the world of Palmery plugins. Palmery Collection is an elite production tools series for producers, musicians, mixing and mastering engineers. There are lots of great and useful plugins in this bundle. With the latest DSP technology, there are endless possibilities to get the highest quality sound. In order to give the users what they need, we've built a large customer feedback database. We've put our knowledge and hard work on designing this for helping users to find the most professional, simple, creative, and effective ready-to-use solutions. You will find lots of intelligent analog reality solutions in this series. Without putting any effort, professional mixing and mastering with having fun is so easy now. Palmery Collection.
Now available at joeysturgistones.com, a creative vocal processor that will forever change the way you record and mix vocals. Introducing Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Just about everyone can hear the difference between a solo vocal
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
and a doubled vocal,
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
or even a stack of vocals.
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
The problem? Well, it can take a lot of time to sing every layer, record each take, and edit all those vocals to create these effects. And while I think we can all agree there will never be a true replacement for the real thing, plugins like Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier can get us pretty close, and sometimes even create new and interesting results that would not be otherwise achievable. Got a 4-part harmony? What would it sound like if you multiplied each of those 4 layers into 16 other layers to create a total of 64 vocals, which sounds like an insanely huge, beautiful choir section of epic proportions? Plug and play with the included presets or tweak until your heart's content. The choice is yours. Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier is great for doubling a single vocal take, transforming a few backing vocals into a full choir, creating entire vocal stacks from just 2 or 3 mono vocals, enhancing your main vocal mix to sound fat, wide, and punchy, enhancing your entire vocal bus with epic effects, adding depth to an existing guitar or synth lead, and so much more. So whether you're looking to clone your vocalist in a few seconds, or create that insanely epic choir vocal stack that you've been dreaming about, make it happen with Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Download your 14-day free trial at joeysturgistones.com.
You get a new project. You can already hear some crazy ideas in your head. As you enter the studio, the sound of the amplifier warming up and the smell of wood from your new guitar get you in just the right mood. In moments like this, your gear is your best friend. The amplifier you choose, the combination of equalizers, cables, compressions, guitars, it all matters. S-Series by Allo Audio. S4R recording headphones for tracking and producing. S4X reference headphones for mixing and mastering.
Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail to Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail to Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today.
Welcome back to August 2023's Nail the Mix. Buster, where did we leave off?
Yeah, we talked about skipping the guitar tone, right? We're not showing that, right? No one wants to see that.
They don't need to know the secret trick that only we know.
Right. So we don't do that. Now, let's go. Okay, what are you using, Buster? I am using Pod Farm. And that's just because like the tone from like OG Viljarda Thal, the first ever Thal, or like ever since they started, they've been using the floor pods, and they've been using this amp called Big Bottom. I mean, it's not only them, like the Tesseract, Monuments, and all of those guys, like the early stuff. Catch 33 from Meshuggah uses that, and that's like, we in Viljarda always say that's like the best Meshuggah album. So that's what I'm using, and I love it. But I'm not using the cabs. I'm using the GGD cabs. But let's just take it from the beginning here. Let's pan it. Let's not pan it. There we go. This is colorless DI, so it's gonna sound way different from mine. This is mine. So like, as you can hear, the DI is very like tight, and it's almost all it's like already pretty shuggy sounding. A lot of low end, a lot of high mids. So the first thing I do, or like, it's not the first thing I do, but the first thing is like removing the scratchy high end. I can really make that stuff work in a distorted tone. I'm sure I've heard a bunch of tones that have it, that leave it in and make it work. It's just not for me. So it's this stuff. If I put the tone on, actually, so you can hear it. So I remove all that stuff. Okay, after that, I learned this from the Miami guy that Joey Sturgis works with, that has that YouTube channel. To boost attack on high mids, it's really cool. It's kind of like triggering. It's like even if you have good high mids in your DIs, it's gonna sound better and more aggressive, and you don't have to boost as much EQ wise going into the amp. So I just cranked this. Let's just loop that 0. So just a bit more, which I like. And for some reason, I'm using a VST loader for pod farm. I can't remember why. It's just I have bought pod farms, so I'm not really sure why. It just kind of hang. It probably from an old like template I'm writing in, and then I import the tones for other projects, and then it just sticks.
Why did they ever discontinue this software?
I don't know.
What the hell were they thinking? Like they've ruined all of modern metal because of it.
I mean, I love neural DSP stuff, but for this type of tone, this is king by far. So gate EQ boost pedal was like boosting some high end and high mids. This does everything in percentages for some reason. So this is like 50% and a lot of high mids and some of that treble. I don't know if treble is really necessary, but that's just in the thing. So without the EQ pedal, it sounds like this. So if we listen without the amp, you can hear exactly what it does. Oh, it doesn't let me. As you might notice, it's not like a drive boost pedal that cuts low end. This doesn't do that. It adds a little bit of distortion, but it's mostly EQ. Which means that a lot of people is like, oh, my tone is so thin or whatever. But if you use a boost pedal and cut away all the low end before the amp, it's going to sound thin. Like, especially for these tunings where you need all that low stuff. And what this amp is one of those amps that can handle those low frequencies and make them sound good. So yeah. But this amp, it sounds older. It's more a bit more harsh and less hi-fi. But if you have if you have some patience with EQ stuff, it's gonna sound good. So that's that. The cab is here. Oh, it turns out it was the cab on the bass, same one. So this is this, and we go to the bus. We also have bass tracks that are dubbing the mains. Sound like this. Let's see. Okay, so this is a bit different, the EQ. I'm just trying to make I probably tone matched the DI from the guitar to make it similar distortion-wise. Yeah, it's just the same thing, just a little bit EQ on the DI. And I probably drop the volume of this 2 dBs when it comes in. Apparently I don't. I usually do that, but apparently not this. All right. 1 million EQ moves. Let's go. I mean, let's start with this. So this is like taming. I mean, I'm doing Pro MB as well for the low end, but this is more detailed than that can go. This is more like smaller cues and some of the high-end stuff. And this is a boost I usually do. This I also came up with in this mix to make the guitar stand out of like a Bluetooth speaker and stuff. If you're super wide and your guitar tone is super scooped, blah blah, it's gonna disappear in a car or a Bluetooth system. So I just did a 4 dB boost of the mids in the mid channel only. So it's this. Which makes it a lot more audible in other systems. So with and without EQ. That's one of those things with the big bottom amp. It has a lot of this stuff. Can't really get rid of it without EQ. Here's a small EQ move, removing some 200-ish. Let's see what this is. Okay, removes a little bit more, and some more 3K removed. Then we have this. I love this on guitars. Just glues it all together and makes it sound more like a unit. Yeah, I just really love what this is doing. This is standard. Oh, actually not. Is this different settings? Okay, so these are standard. Yeah, this is standard. 20% attack release, but this is faster release for some reason. I'm sure it's great. I haven't done it since. Maybe I should. Then I control this even more, like around 150 hertz. Then the same compressor as the bass, slow attack, fast release. This is an old Brian Hood relic from when I took his class, and I haven't taken it off. I like it. Not sure I need it, but it's on there. I mean, it does sound better with it on, to be fair. And huge. What is this? I think I did this last minute to get the kick to cut through even more. Oh, it is the kick. It's just the kick sidechain. I don't know why it's like the range is like that, but yeah, that should be it. Let me just check a thing real quick. Where's the thing? Yeah, that is all. Cool. Yeah. So, give me the questions.
All right. There's a couple of questions floating around here. A lot of people asking about how you're getting your pitch shift effects. So, regarding tracking guitar, you track through the Digitech or straight into the interface to pitch up and down?
Straight into the Digitech. Or yeah, I write with it on, and I track the guitar with it on. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. I'm not sure I understand this question. For this part, what did you do to the DI to get the wave in and out like that? I'm not sure what that means. Okay. I'm going to cancel that.
I think I understand what he means, to be fair. It's just he's asking about the reverse chugs. It's pretty easy to see. This here is a reverse of that. This here is reverse of that, and etc. etc. So you see. So it's basically like that, and reverse like that. That's basically it.
Okay. Next question. That's actually pretty cool. Let me thinking about that for a second. I've never reversed a DI other than for like a ramp in.
Yeah.
What do you do when you do that live? Do you just track it?
For this riff, I just play it without it, except when it's quiet. Then I have a DI of that specific reverse go into my amp sim that I use live. So I'm just quiet. So like that one I have on DI going through my amp. So it's like a backing track for the rhythm guitar kind of. I mean, I can't bend space and time. So doing that
Right.
live is impossible. So that's my solution for it. But I only do that one where it's quiet because you really feel it missing. But for the other ones, I just play without it.
Yeah, that makes sense. You just dump out all the reverses into a track and then just play along and skip that note. Okay. Next, are you always using this cab combination?
Always? No, I probably haven't used it since. I mean, most things in this one sound good, so I just kind of randomly put things up and go with it.
Do you play live with Pod Farm too?
Yeah.
Damn right you do. If you're not using a Pod Live, what are you using?
I'm just using a laptop with this on there. So it's just, I have another cab. I'm not using that cab. It has a lot of latency. There's another cab in here that I use. Let's see. I don't even know how to operate this cabs.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated interface. If I didn't have an assistant who knew this thing inside and out, I would just be so lost.
There it is. This cab I use. So that would sound like this. Yeah. Oh, let me pan, please. Yeah, but no EQ and stuff going on. But yeah, that's the cab I use live.
Okay. Next question. Hey, Buster, now that you've made the heaviest album of all time, are you comfortable telling us your pitch shift secrets when going below drop E?
I mean, I stopped using that one, so I can probably tell it. It's just too... It's better and cleaner, that trick, but it's just too much work. The thing about it is, like, I like the way the whammy sounds. It's kind of dirtier sounding, which I enjoy. So all of, like, there's very few. This song has none of that trick. But the trick he's talking about is this. Let's see. I'm going to find a spot that makes sense to pitch down. Everything is so goddamn low already. I mean, let's do these. Let's say I want to pitch these down and have super clean. This is also going to be a YouTube clip, I'm sure. I'm going to cut them up first and make sure you cut the ending out as well, like that. This might not work though, but yeah. Yeah, where do I even begin? I'm going to do it like this first. There's this pitch here. Like, if you want to pitch without artifacts, what you need to change, what needs to happen is the guitar takes needs to slow down, because the reason there's artifacts on the whammy or like a real-time pitch is because you're forced to maintain the timing of it and also pitch it down. But if you don't maintain the timing and pitch it down, there's going to be no artifacts like this. Oh, it didn't. What? Hello? It should stretch it out. Wait. I don't know why it doesn't do. Oh, I haven't fucking dialed anything in. There we go.
Yeah, it slows it down.
Like this. So it's longer now. Instead of. So let's do like 14. So as you can hear, there's no artifacts, but what you have to do is edit it together again, which is annoying. So the trick I'm doing is this. There is already cut up, and then I do clip by clip individual files. So now let's not do 14, but let's do like 7. So now they maintain the timing. So there you go. Have fun.
All right. Next question. With multiple EQs and multi-bands on tracks, how do you not go too far and overdo it with any of those processes?
I do overdo it. It's just that I just have to make sure it sounds good, basically.
Yeah, use your ears, right?
Yeah.
Why do you use Reaper Live?
Because it's stable. Pro Tools is not.
Yeah, I see a lot of people do that actually. I went to see a Slipknot show, and I'm friends with the guy who runs FOH, and they uses Reaper Live, even though that's not the DAW he actually uses, because he's like, it's never crashed once. So
yeah,
they use
same for us. No crashes, no nothing. There's been some issues since we run at like 64 or 128 sample rate or buffer size. Sorry. There has been some stutter stuff 2 times in total, because we need that low buffer size to not have that much latency. It's still latency on the guitars, but the whammy introduces a lot of that, and then having plugins instead of like amps or whatever. But we're used to it. But that's the only issue I've had. But I would never use Pro Tools Live, not a chance.
Speaking of latency, I have a question. When recording, do you notice a big latency issue with the Digitech whammy, or are you used to it and is it not noticeable?
Yeah, no, it's definitely there. But I'm not the guy sitting down playing the riffs to the drums and moving it around. I'm the guy fucking recording 10 shugs, cutting them all up and just putting them like Legos. That's me. So I'm not really playing this stuff. A lot of it, like I kind of write like that. So that's how I get to this point, basically. So latency is not a huge issue for me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read questions here and screen them. And
the reason I have a master thing here is when I want to record guitars without latency, I disable this so it doesn't go to instruments, and I enable this that goes straight to the master. So there's no processing it has to go through and buses and stuff. So this minimizes latency a lot.
Okay, next question. They noticed you have a different pair of headphones on today. Did you change, and how did you adapt from the last pair of headphones that you were working on?
It wasn't a huge thing to adapt to, because these are just better. It's like, it's so funny when you think the thing you work on is it's so good, blah blah, and then you try this and it's like, so it's pretty nice. These are, I'm actually getting another pair because I have a hard on for headphones. Like I really love headphones, and I have a bunch and I want more, so I'm buying these LCDXs as well. And I just like to be able to take stuff off and try something else. And I mix a lot of my AirPods as well. So yeah, no, these are great. I mean, I like the old ones as well. It's just like when you rode one bike for years, you want to try another bike, I guess.
Okay, so what headphones are you using?
These are Sennheiser HD800S.
HD800S. Okay. Next question here. Colin says he thinks this is the heaviest metal mix of all time. And where do you go from here? Is this the mix template to end all templates, or do you still think there's things that you can improve on?
Dude, this template is super chaotic. This is just me trying a bunch of shit and trying to be like open-minded and just kind of go to the next step. And now when I went through the trenches that is this album, I can probably whittle stuff down and kind of streamline the process a bit more. So it only gets better from here.
There's always a next step. I mean, that's the thing is somebody looking up at this might sit down and be like, wow, how can something possibly get better? And it's like, it's the person that creates it. You're sitting there and you're like, yeah, I could be better at this. I could improve at that. The bar never ends. You never like get to a point in mixing where you're just like, hey, this is the best ever. Like, I'm done. I can retire now. That never happens. You're always like, damn, I've got so much more work to do and improve at. So it's just...
That being said, though, what is true is that this is hard. When I reference with this mix for other mixes, it is hard to get there to that sound. It is hard for sure, because since I worked on this for years and I recorded everything myself, then getting files from some other guy and trying to make it sound like this is hard for sure.
It's very frustrating. Have you tried VSX? They're asking.
Nope, I haven't.
Okay. And I'm seeing if there's any other relative questions. Hold on one second. sometimes these are hard to read for me because like and English isn't everybody's first language here. And I mean, I understand my wife is foreign. So sometimes things are worded backwards and I'm reading and I'm like, what am I looking at? In the Q&A, you mentioned there was a sub-octave on the bass. With your high pass on the bass, you feel any other sub-octave is coming through? Do you feel like any other sub-octave is coming through?
I mean, the high pass is to like 55 hertz, so it's still there, I think. But I wouldn't want that low of frequency in this mix. But I do want to fill out, let's see, like the B, whatever this is, I think it's like B. So the regular B on the bass is pretty high if you compare to what I'm usually at. If I'm like a low E, that's way lower. So I just wanted to maintain that lowness throughout the album. So this song wouldn't sound thin. So that's why I have the lower octave on there. Yeah.
Okay, last guitar question. How crucial is guitar setup for your tracking?
Very.
You said you prefer a higher action for tracking. Do you keep the same setup for HLB and throne?
Yeah. High action is like, I think that is like an untapped thing, because I feel like every guitar tech in the world is like setting the guitar up to be as low as possible so that every guy can shred with minimal effort. While I think you should do super high action and just dig harder and use softer picks. Like there's a bunch of stuff like high action, not too thick strings and not too thin strings. For low stuff, baritone scale length is important. And like the pick can't be too thick. Maybe it can be, I think it can be really thin, but I have like a 0.6. And that for me is like, if you go like higher or like thicker than this, it's not going to sound as good because I just know it. I've tried it. And so like super hard picks is a no-go. And if you dial your tone in, maintaining all of the low end, like I said, with no drive pedal, and having this dial it in with your thin pick. Don't just take your random tone that you have and try a thin pick and say, oh, it sucks. Dial your tone with it, and it's going to be way more consistent and way better sounding. But I think low action is like enemy of the tone. I feel like I can hear low action when I get DIs from guys, and it's like, yeah, it's not going to sound that good. It's just that snappy, no sustain in the low end, just like very short notes. Doesn't sound good.
Okay, what string gauge are you using?
75, 59, 46, 30, 14, 13.
What gauge pick are you using?
0.6.
Do you use the same high action on bass?
Yep.
What aspects do you think this mix is superior to the last one you did on this band?
More of everything.
Okay.
Just like more low end, deeper low end, more high end, higher high end, more everything. More distorted, more smashed.
All right. Shall we carry on?
Sure. Right, we have that thing. Okay, I have this weird thing. Some of the guitar notes, this is across the entire album, but in this song is those harmonic notes. I've sent through like a FX chain so that they're highlighted. So let's listen to the riff here. Same here. Weird stuff. So that chain, that's Shane. I don't even know what to say it. It's a lot of stuff, but it literally sounds like a reverb. That's it. But it's like so much stuff. But apparently it's not. No, it's like not what's it called, not necessary. Right, so I have these sends that go on and off. That's sent to that bus. So as you can see, it's on here. Boo! So, oh, it's not in pre. So what we have here is a lot of stuff for some reason. So the first is this. Honestly, just listening to that, it sounds better than what I did. So, well. Then we have Chordal Clouds preset. It's if I do full mix. It's weird, but it's just a little bit. And then Portal 7/8 stretch. This is like a granular. What is it? Granular something. It's just like a crazy delay. I'm just blending that in a little bit on top of the delay. I probably should have done the other way around, but whatever. EQ. Go fast. Soothe. I think these settings are probably based on another song where stuff is way more harsh sounding, because this just made it sound worse. Yeah. So that's that chain. I would probably just put a reverb instead and call it a day. But yeah. I tried something and used it. Now we go to leads. Let's see what we have. I know there's some bounce down stuff because the plugin chains are just so big. Okay, right. Here we go. Oh my god, it's so much. Are these even on? No, these are not on. So playing like this is important for HLB and Viljarda stuff. I play two notes at the same time that are the same note. Those high notes, at least. Because you get that weird out-of-tune chorusy effect. So this is the delay. I'm gonna put the amp on now. This is just articulate lead preset, but I tweaked it probably with some delay and reverb. But the most important thing is this. I've used this on the entire album for all the shrieky high stuff. It's Distort though is a preset. So without and with. Just listen to those high notes here. And it's pretty funny, this one. If you like the tails of it sounds so weird sometimes. It's so cool. I love it. Then a doubler and the same preset on this. On the other one, lead 2. It's just a fade up of this. And then I had this little delay thing from Portal 7/8 stretch. the portal thing is just kind of throwing stuff around like this. It sounds like that if you listen with it on and off here. So I love it. Really like intense sounding. And on the bus, we have Golfos. I probably didn't want the high end to be increased, so I just did. So that's that. That's the lead. Then we have these clean guitars. Let's just listen to them, and I can show you the chain. What did I say? Chain. So this is like, I think it's -7 on the whammy DT, and I'm in drop E. All right, let's open her up. So much. There's a denoiser on it that's probably baked in. Let's see. This is what I did to the DI. So like when you pitch that much, it's just generating so much of like 200 hertz. So I'm just cutting that. Some limiting. That's doing nothing apparently. I think it does more on the higher stuff, the higher cleans. Then I'm doing this without a cab. So compression on these settings. No cab on this EQ. That's why you need the denoiser. But yeah, the denoiser is just bugged right now. Then doubler, basic probably, yeah, basic doubler. Go fast. Only on the high end. This stuff again. Then this. And this reverb thing. Oh, it's a whole chain apparently. Okay. So this. Wow. I don't remember doing all this. So there's two parallel chains. One is removing a lot of the high end, going to this reverb. Another one is adding that. It's just adding delay and go into this. Let's see what it sounds like. Can I solo stuff here? So it's those two together. What did I do with the percentages? 50, okay. I clearly had an idea here, but I'm not sure I remember what that idea was. But it sounds good. So that's basically that. Yeah. Any questions?
Okay, I've got a few in here. First, your EQ moves seem to be more precise than in older session, in NTM sessions. Did your view of EQ change, or just the nature of the session where you could have wanted to have more control over source sounds?
I feel like my EQs are more chaotic than ever. When I look at this, at least, it feels like, what the hell is this? So I'm not really sure about that, man.
Next question: when would you record a stereo DI clean sound, and why record and why record it in mono? How did you make that decision?
I don't understand the question. All guitar DIs are mono.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. Maybe sometimes maybe this helps. So usually, because a guitar DI is mono, sometimes in Cubase, and again, I don't know how Pro Tools works, so excuse my ignorance on it, but we would put a mono signal on a stereo track, which allows you to use stereo plugins and processing. So if you have a clean guitar and just a single take of it, and you want to put a stereoizer or like a fake double on it, or like a chorusing effect or something that's stereo, that's an easy way to do it. So maybe that's what they're asking. I'm not
In
sure.
Pro Tools, we have mono to stereo. So if you have a stereo plugin, there's an option to make the channel stereo but maintain the mono DI. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
and
it's
then,
in the middle and it has a lot of stereo effects going left and right. Yeah.
okay, so if you're using a whammy pedal to pitch shift, do you think it'd be a viable option to just pitch shift an event by selecting the part of the track and simply transposing it in the DAW? Is it okay doing it like this, or better to get a dedicated VST?
Again, I don't really understand the question. He was mentioning whammy, then his transpose and the DAW, and then plugin.
Yeah, I understand it. I don't think it matters, because at the end of the day, it's the same thing. So for example, in Cubase, you can click on a part and you can transpose it down, like say an octave by, just scrolling your mouse wheel. So he's asking if you have to use a plugin to pitch shift, or you can do it by just transposing something down.
I mean, there's a bunch of different pictures that sounds different, and I've tried them all basically. So just find the pitch shift that you think sounds best and use that. I wouldn't use like transpose maybe, but I mean, the guys in Viljarda have done that multiple times, and it has ended up on the album. And that's like using transpose after recording a distorted guitar. So it's like they don't give a fuck. But I forced them to use DIs, which they do now, so that's fine. But yeah, if you have DIs, you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, really just try it both ways and like whatever sounds better, because you'll definitely find situations where you can get away with transposing. I mean, there's so many things I've transposed in my lifetime on a grid for pitch effects and had no problems. But at the same time, like you said, on a DI, for example, depending on the pitching algorithm, it can elongate, the length of it. And then in that case, you have to make an adjustment. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. So carry on.
Sweet. So people are pretty. I don't think people understand what role Tim from No Oath had in this album. So I'm gonna show you what he did. So he probably I send him all the stems and stuff. So he probably sent my stems through his processing and sent them back. So we have this. Sorry. That, to me, sounds like this lead pitched down. I'm pretty sure it's that. But it sounds cool. So I put in an intro. I'm not sure it was there before, maybe. And it comes back in the end here. Just distorted ambiances. Then we have this. Some effect thing. Then this is probably the cleans processed. So I think this is the clean pitched down 1 octave and processed. And this is pitched up 1 and processed. But it's sick. It's really cool. So that's what he did on this track. Then we have some strings. Probably like Spitfire or something like that. Then Sub Destroyer, just a sub-synth. Kind of give it that illusion that the clean guitar has that amount of low end, which is cool. And this is an Anna synth, Anna 2 by Slate. It's kind of hinting on that riff. Those are the synths. And some effect stuff here. I'm just gonna do this. We have sub drums. It was like my version of a boom or whatever this time around. It's also Damage 2. Really like how that sounds. Then on top of that, I have these. People who've seen my files before know what this is. This is like my reverb snare and kind of like a reverby kick. And then Kalle added this reverse China thing somewhere, and I put it all over the album. He did it once, and I was just like, I want this everywhere. So this is a cool trick, like just reverse China and put a reverb. And then album tag, yeah, right. I usually do like one sound that I just put throughout the album. In this case, there's a bunch of them, but this is kind of the album tag, I suppose. It shows up like once in a song, I guess. So this is like, is so random. I think there was a piano I liked on a podcast I was listening to, so I recorded that podcast into my DAW, and it happened to have sirens coming after the piano, and I think I pitched the piano and distorted it and stuff, but then when the siren came in, it sounded like that. So I was like, that sounds like a girl, like or some shit. So I really liked how that sounded, so I kept it like that. And this guy has a whole story. Like his processing is like his own session. I don't know. I couldn't really find it, but
sounds like something out of Dune.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's not Dune, but it is I really liked the Dune monks that much that I somehow found this guy online on YouTube that was doing like Dune covers, like chant covers.
No
so
way.
I just wrote him and was like, dude, can you just record yourself for 10 minutes doing that stuff? Just do other stuff than that one, but just do random ass stuff, which he did. And I processed it to make it sound exactly like Dune, and I put it in my song.
That's amazing.
Also, this glitch thing, I stole that from Our Common Collapse that I mixed. So if you're a band that I mix, I might steal your effects and put it in my album. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's
Why not?
Why not? So if we play the effects, it sounds pretty cool. Becomes a whole vibe. Cool. Any questions?
Yeah, first question is, how do you get the clean, shimmering guitar effect?
I mean, I showed you the chain on my clean guitar, so I can't really do more than that, can I? I'm not sure if it's that he means or something else.
I don't know. It's been up there for a bit, but I guess we'd have to be specific. Okay, next question. With booms and explosions, do you filter them?
No, I do not. I want all that low stuff.
That's all the post-production questions that I have. Yeah. So what's next?
So like what I do when I mix this, it's just a quick side note here that I do a lot, and I do it still, and it's really nice, is when you get a bit tired and stuff, or you want to focus on a certain like frequency range, I just straight up just filter stuff and listen that way. And that way I can like nail the relationship between kick and bass and effects and stuff. So like this is what I do, just like a filter, and I mix like this and hyper like listen to the low end. And when I'm tired of that, you can do this. I feel like I get information I don't get when I listen to the entire mix, when I isolate like that. I get, especially like the high end, you can hear how, this is so funny, you can hear how the low end glues in the high end. I can, at least. I can't really explain it, but it's like you can hear how stuff impacts in the high end. So if stuff sounds off when I do that filter, I just have to mix more. And usually it's low end, and then I can just filter out the low end and listen to that and EQ with that filter on. So that's something I do a lot. And one last thing that I also use that is pretty cool is this thing, Pi. Do you know what Pi is, yo?
Like Kramer pie, or are we talking the kind you eat?
PI.
I don't think I've seen this.
This is like phase aligner, I guess. This is like all my mixes end up like this with stems, because the amount of processing I do, Pro Tools cannot keep up, as you can see, with the delay compensation. So I have to kind of do it like this, which sucks, but it's what it is.
I do have a side question on that. They're asking what kind of PC specs, if you know offhand. What are you rocking for your computer?
I mean, it doesn't matter because Pro Tools can't use it, but it's like what is it? 16 core, 32 threads, 128 gig RAM, SSD, M.2 SSD, GTX 1080 Ti. I use the Ryzen CPUs, and don't get me started on that fucking. Pro Tools only uses Intel, because I used Intel as well and I've had problems. So, but yeah, it's really good specs, but it's not using half of it. Like if you check the system in Windows, when you use this, like Pro Tools can say, oh, out of CPU, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at the system, what it's using is like 15%. So it's like, okay, I don't know what that means, but this fucking plugin is really cool. It phase aligns all the channels. So when I have them like this, these will be interacting to each other phase-wise. And it kind of, it just makes stuff sound better. Let's see if you can hear the difference.
So if you weren't using it on a set of stems, you would just throw that on like every single individual track or group in a set. Right?
No, it does some weird stuff. I think this is the best way to use it, because it does some weird stuff with depending on what source it is, and also everything has to be real time, which means I can't export this offline and have the effect of Pi. So what I do is I have this on, and then I record it through my outboard gear, and then I export. So everything has to be real time. So it's kind of a pain. But
so I could throw it on my console group outputs going to like, channel faders, for example.
Yeah. Just make sure the delay compensation keeps up.
Okay.
And you can also group stuff if you want stuff to not talk to each other. But there's like a full range setting and a low frequency setting. So I use the low frequency one. Let's see if we can. And it adds a lot of delay. Let's see if I can make a better loop here. I'm thinking it sounds like this. Wait, is this not on? Hello? Here you can see. So when I click here, it's going to turn off. So try to pay attention to the low end. Like if you listen to the kick, how the kick interacts with the sub from the bass guitar.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
We do even shorter loop. Everything comes through when it's on. You hear the boom more, you hear the kick more, you hear the bass more. It's so good, bro.
Crazy.
So good. Yeah, it's so good.
Do you know any idea what it's doing? I mean, did you read? Is there like a manual that you read or anything?
Yeah. It's something about comb filtering and phase interaction. Phase interactions mixer. But yeah, I've read it and I understand a little bit. But I'm just concerned about it sounding better than. I mean, I've used it on every mix the last 3 years, maybe, and it just makes the low end a lot better.
So you usually mix the song, right? And then at the very end, when you go and print it through your stuff, then you throw it on and then kind of do a print. Okay, so like when you'd be delivering like a master, for example, if you're doing like because I'm on an SSL, right? So I'm trying to think like how I would interact.
If I were you, I would probably record back into the computer as stems and then put it on the stems.
Yeah, I mean, I always print them like that anyway. Yeah. So.
But I wish I could mix with it on, but it's just not possible. But it's really fucking cool. It's like, it's that last piece of glue. But the thing is, since I duck my kick, that also has to do with this, because this can make your kick drown into the bass guitar. It's like, it phase aligns it and it becomes one. But sometimes you want a bit of distance between the sub of the bass guitar and the kick, so that's why I also need to do that side chain to make sure that doesn't happen here. For before it was like, now it's drowning and I can't use it, so I don't use it. But now I can use it every single time, and it's like for also like impacts with a lot of low end, making that work with bass guitar and drums. This is great for that. yeah, it's just it saves my ass.
I definitely want to play with that. That sounds super interesting.
Yeah, it rules. All right, vocals. Yeah, should we take a break and then go vocals? Or do we do vocals?
Yeah, all right, let's take a break. Let's do 3 quick questions here.
Yeah.
Okay, so they want an estimate of how long it took you to mix all 3 versions of the song.
I mean, 3, that was like a couple of days where I turned it in, like a week, I turned it in 3 times. So that was like the very, very end. I was pushing the date a lot. So, yeah.
Well, hopefully you got full mix rate, not some discount.
Dude, I got nothing for this. This is my own band. I don't get shit.
Well, it made a good joke at least. All right.
Yeah.
With effects, do you duck when the kick drum plays or let it take? No, you already answered that. The answer is
no. The effects. I recently started having the kick sidechain on the effects as well. I'm not really sure because you kind of want these effects to add together with everything and add to it. But if you put the sidechain on it, the kick will remove stuff. So I'm not really sure there, but I put it everywhere else, basically.
Okay, does Pi replace something like auto align, or do they do different things?
They do totally different things.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Can you explain your process behind turning up master bus saturation during super heavy parts, in specific the last section?
Yeah, for sure. There's a couple of ways of doing it. Since I record to the master bus, I can't do it on a master bus because Pro Tools won't let me. So I end up having to do it on these separately. So let's say I'll just do it here. So Saturn, this is on 30% drive. So is that what I did? No, I did the wrong thing. I make the drive automatable. I put this on the rest as well because I want that to be distorted as well. But I'm not gonna automate the drive. I'm just gonna automate bypass on and off because I'm gonna set the drive to like 50 and then bypass it. Let's say I want this part distorting. So this is a bypass, so we want it on. And this, we want to increase the drive to 50. So that's how I did it. I think this, by default, is -1. I think I removed that, to be fair. Yeah, basically. That's how I did it.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break and we will be back in 15 minutes.
Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail the Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today. Have you ever gotten into a mix and realized that the snare was trash and then wanted to pound your head through the wall? Well, yeah, of course you have, just like every other producer who's ever mixed a song. The snare is arguably the hardest and most important drum to get perfect in your mix. Imagine if achieving an amazing snare sound in your mix was actually fast and easy. That would change everything, and that is the exact problem we set out here at Drum Forge to solve for you. To end your struggle, we've created what's called the Snare Arsenal. The Snare Arsenal is an ambitious, one-of-a-kind TCI format pack that contains 4 highly curated collections of snare drums, and each collection was recorded in a different world-class studio and specifically chosen to perform best for the room that it was recorded. This gives you 48 mix-ready, but not overly processed snares for you to use in your own productions. Each room also has a wide variety of engineering setups to give you the ability to easily forge the amazing snare your song requires. This is true Drum Forge style mixing, which so many producers already love. We can quickly achieve the perfect balance of attack, tone, vibe, and ambience for your snare by simply just adjusting a few faders. Head on over to drumforge.com and check out the Snare Arsenal. 48 amazing snares, mix ready and easy to use. Delete all of the Your Snare is Trash meme collection that you got on your computer and start making your best mixes today.
Welcome to the world of Palmery plugins. Palmery Collection is an elite production tools series for producers, musicians, mixing and mastering engineers. There are lots of great and useful plugins in this bundle. With the latest DSP technology, there are endless possibilities to get the highest quality sound. In order to give the users what they need, we've built a large customer feedback database. We've put our knowledge and hard work on designing this for helping users to find the most professional, simple, creative, and effective ready-to-use solutions. You will find lots of intelligent analog reality solutions in this series. Without putting any effort, professional mixing and mastering with having fun is so easy now. Palmery Collection.
Now available at joeysturgistones.com, a creative vocal processor that will forever change the way you record and mix vocals. Introducing Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Just about everyone can hear the difference between a solo vocal
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
and a doubled vocal,
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
or even a stack of vocals.
So what if I wanna take the wrong turn?
The problem? Well, it can take a lot of time to sing every layer, record each take, and edit all those vocals to create these effects. And while I think we can all agree there will never be a true replacement for the real thing, plugins like Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier can get us pretty close, and sometimes even create new and interesting results that would not be otherwise achievable. Got a 4-part harmony? What would it sound like if you multiplied each of those 4 layers into 16 other layers to create a total of 64 vocals, which sounds like an insanely huge, beautiful choir section of epic proportions? Plug and play with the included presets or tweak until your heart's content. The choice is yours. Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier is great for doubling a single vocal take, transforming a few backing vocals into a full choir, creating entire vocal stacks from just 2 or 3 mono vocals, enhancing your main vocal mix to sound fat, wide, and punchy, enhancing your entire vocal bus with epic effects, adding depth to an existing guitar or synth lead, and so much more. So whether you're looking to clone your vocalist in a few seconds, or create that insanely epic choir vocal stack that you've been dreaming about, make it happen with Howard Benson Vocal Multiplier. Download your 14-day free trial at joeysturgistones.com.
You get a new project. You can already hear some crazy ideas in your head. As you enter the studio, the sound of the amplifier warming up and the smell of wood from your new guitar get you in just the right mood. In moments like this, your gear is your best friend. The amplifier you choose, the combination of equalizers, cables, compressions, guitars, it all matters. S-Series by Allo Audio. S4R recording headphones for tracking and producing. S4X reference headphones for mixing and mastering.
Hey guys, Joel here. I want to take a quick moment to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, you're going to have access to the entire Fast Track library, 50 plus and growing, one-on-ones, and Mix Rescue. It's well over 500 hours of content, and yes, URM Enhanced includes everything that comes with your Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed and comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't even have time to cover in detail in Nail the Mix. We have Fast Tracks with so many awesome guest instructors, including but not limited to Chris Crummett, Dave Otero, George Lever, and so many more. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with new Fast Tracks dropping all the time. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes and rework it from the ground up and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of Enhanced members say this is our most valuable and exciting content. It shows you what choices one of our pros would make in your shoes with the exact same session. There's over 50 Mix Rescues to date, and new episodes are being added all the time. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book video calls with our community manager, Joe Scaletta, and sometimes even Joey Ayal or myself. This is your chance to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there's literally no other way to get this type of personalized feedback at this level. If you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. Head over to urm.academy/enhanced and take the next step on your audio journey today.
Welcome back, my friends, to the final segment here of August 2023's Nail the Mix with Buster and Humanity's Last Breath. We are going to announce the winners of the mix poll. A drum roll. In first place, with mix 128, is Nicholas Rundell. Nicholas, you're walking away with either an S4X or S4R headphone set from Olo Audio. You're going to get a Tone X pedal and Tone X Max from IK Multimedia. You're going to get the SE2300 microphone from SE Electronics. You're going to get the Fairview sampler from RS Drums. You're going to get Miko 2 from ML Sound Lab. You're going to get the entire plugin collection from Ingram Audio. You're going to get the Mixing Effects bundle from Melda Production. You're going to get the full bass bundle from Oldheim Audio. You're going to get a $150 voucher from Bogren Digital. You're going to get one plugin bundle and the JST Chaos V1 from Joey Sturgis Tones. You're going to get one Drum Vault Arsenal and drum production pack from Drum Forge. And in second place, drum roll, is Mix 130, which is Johannes Olsen. Johannes, you're going to be walking away with the SE2200 microphone from SE Electronics, Amplitude 5 Max from IK Multimedia, Amplitude Love, I love that plugin, Fairview from RS Drums, Drum Daddy OG from Ingram Audio, the Ultimate Guitar bundle from United Plugins, one bass library from Oldheim Audio, a $100 voucher from... I should learn how to pronounce names, and I just suck at it.
It's my name, brother.
Dude, I know. This is not my strong point, guys. Beat me up. Kill me. Whatever. You're going to get a $100 voucher from Bogren Digital. One plugin and JST Chaos V1 from Joey Sturgis Tones. You're going to get one plugin and drum shots pack of your choice from Drum Forge. And now the secondary poll winners. Each is going to get their own pick of any past three Nail the Mix sessions. So first place is Mix 17, which is Nicholas Kurmetry. And second place is Mix 322, Ivan Shishkin. All right. That wraps up my horribly pronounced mix poll.
You did it.
Dude, I got through it. I just one of these days I'll be able to learn how to read. In the meantime, Buster, baby, let's go.
Oh yeah, bro. Vocals stuff. Yeah. So it's funny. We recorded this with like I don't know if this actual song, but we started recording the album on like a super fancy mic, and it broke. And we switched to the SM7, and I just tone matched the frequency response, and I couldn't hear a difference. Like,
Hey, we're getting
Okay, my
some
mic is
crazy
bad.
microphone interference. So we're going to take a quick tech break and figure that out. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Hopefully we have resolved technical difficulties. If we hear them again, we'll take another quick break, but hopefully we won't. Buster, vocals.
What's up? Yeah, I was talking about the mic we were using. So what I said was we used a super expensive one in the beginning and it crapped out, and we switched to the regular old SM7, and I just tone matched the frequency response of it, and I couldn't hear a difference between the really expensive one and the SM7. So SM7 for the win, I suppose. So I think this is mostly SM7. And we actually recorded everything via Audio Movers Listen to from the comfort of our own homes, which was really nice. So no in-person interaction. We just did it all online, and there was like a ton of latency, but I just routed it so he could hear himself without latency, and I just moved the take and kind of edited it on the fly. So that's how we did that. Let's go through the chain here. I'm just gonna mute stuff. I have multiple buses, like for different purposes. Let's see, is this even? There's so much going on with effects. I'm just gonna look at this. Okay, so here we have stuff going on. Okay. I'm just gonna mute this for now. And all of these as well. All right. Okay. So I think this is not without anything, but it's raw, except that EQ I was talking about to tone match the mic that we used before. So that's him raw. Then I have some control for the that kind of stuff, like the low end puff stuff. Just controlling that. I'm actually controlling it so I can keep some of it. So I'm filtering. I usually filter like 150, so now I'm a bit lower and 12 dBs per octave instead of 18. So I'm trying to keep some of that low end somehow. Next is this thing. And then we have my favorite plugin. This just takes out any anything exceeding its threshold, and usually that's bad stuff, so it just takes care of it, which is really nice. Actually, the way I'm doing it here is like compressor, Gullfoss, compressor, but nowadays I kind of just go Gullfoss, gain reduction, and no more compression, but this time I did. So here's some EQ moves, cutting some 400, cutting some 800, and more like 1176 style EQ. Sounds crispy. Then we have Decapitator. And then we have this. This is funny. I usually would do a bunch of settings on this and blah, blah, blah. It's just funny because the default setting is by far the best setting. So that's a tip. Use the default setting on that. It's fucking great. Right. Then we have a couple of FX stuff. I wanted to make like some words pop out more. So I copied them over on this effect channel and sent that straight to all vocals instead of the screen bus, so it kind of goes outside. And what I did was I pitched it down and formatted it down and distorted it more and put a doubler on, so it's like stereo, very low, but it's a dub. So this is by itself. And without and this, like the original take is this. So if you combine them, and on top of that you have this left and right. So it's real fat. So just some words like here. Kind of wish I had it louder now that I listen, but yeah, it's real sick. And this setup is weird. I should have like a folder here, a routing folder, and have the plugins here, but I kind of, this was in the beginning when I started using folders, I didn't fully understand. So we have these pan tracks that I said, these just go to the pan bus. So this is like left, right, left, right. Sometimes there's like overlap, so I needed 4, and these go to this, which is the pan bus which has a compressor that kind of controls so that it's consistent, and then it goes to the screen bus. But I also have panning that is loud. I kind of just call it loud, and that doesn't go to the pan bus. That's like when the vocals are left and right and are replacing a take that is in the mid, or they're supposed to be like super loud. So that's what I put them there. So let's go to the bus. Let's just find a place that I can play. Right. First is the compressor. Yep. Then more low end control. There's probably some resonance stuff. Yeah, that helps a lot. So I'm kind of finding a place here that it triggers the whole thing off of. It seems to be working. Some EQ. Distortion. Multiband. This is just standard as far as the attack release. Okay, this is this is a distortion that. Oh, wrong channel. Never mind. VTM. More distortion. Okay, this is like a distortion I automate on and off. Let's find the place where it's on. Is it this? There's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so it's on and off. Then we have doubler. This is also automated. Doubler and vocal rider. Vocal rider should have a feed from these stems that I haven't set up. But maybe it doesn't matter. It's in the mix. The vocals are being leveled from the actual music. So listening to the music and leveling the vocals accordingly. Let's see the portal effect do we have. Yeah, we have some effects here. This is like a weird panning effect. So I'm gonna loop that part and crank it so you can hear. Just makes it way more intense sounding. So that's that. Then we have my vocals. Some screaming stuff. Very good for the throat to do that. Not at all hard. Let's see. Kind of the similar chain I see. All right. Yeah, basically the same settings. I'm cutting a bunch of 900 from my voice though and 3K because that's kind of what I'm generating. So and it's the same bus. I just wanted mine on a different channel so I can create so I can combine them freely. Then we have a bunch of effects. You can see here I mute stuff to make it super quiet on certain parts, and I also turn off the doubler a lot to make it super in your face, like here. So it's like super quiet in your face for that when it stops, and then when it comes in, all of the effects come with it. Same there. I want it super quiet, super distorted. So there's a bunch of automation like that. Here's some delay automation as far as like the note value. And I automate the reverb up here. So as you can hear, there's a lot of automation going on as far as stuff being quiet and being full on. Here's a manual delay thing I did. So just fading up, and then some regular ass reverse stuff. So that's basically vocals, and that's basically everything, I guess.
So we've nailed the mix.
We've nailed the fucking mix now.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And everybody watching, we will see you tomorrow morning, same time, same great place, as we are going to be knocking out Throne next, correct?
Correct, bro. It's going to be sick.
All right. We'll see you then. Thank you so much for watching, and happy mixing, everybody.